Voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak. Welcome back. Welcome back. Peace and blessings, everybody. It's the voices for the voiceless. Good evening. Good evening. This is an impromptu live. I had got a request from some of the fellas, so shout out to brother Muse in the building. Great evening to everybody. Joy and peace to all. Shout out to Lex. What's up, Lex? Peace and blessing. Let's go. Big Muse. What's good, big bro? Good to have you here. What's going on, man? I got my sister Mika here. You know what I'm saying? How you
Yep,
doing?
yep, yep. I'm good, bro. I'm good. Hey, everybody in the chat. Glad y'all can join us tonight. I'm doing good. What about you, bro?
Man, I'm good. I'm good. I was just chopping it up with Muse and Lex and some of the other guys, and they was like, "Man, who going live?" And I know we haven't been live in a while, so I was like, "Man, let me hit up Mika and see if she available." And she like, "Yeah, bro, let's do it." I'm like, "Yeah, it's Saturday night." I went and did a little got my little side hustle on earlier. Came home, cleaned up, straightened up, and I'm like, "Shoot, I ain't doing nothing else. Might as well chop it up with the family."
Yep, yep, yep.
And it's been a minute since we've been live. Last time, last time we was live, the last time we went live, a lot has happened. Um, and in between that time, Mika went to see the rally with Trump down there in Colorado. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Y'all go on the community chat on Voices for the Voiceless. We posted pictures, and man, it was interesting to get the story on how the rally went. For those who don't
Yeah.
know, Trump came to uh Colorado to do a rally, and Mika and her family was in attendance. So it was dope. If you want to just go on here and let the people know how that went.
Yeah, yeah. That was actually my first time ever attending a rally because I'm never really into politics like that. And So, but the rally was really, really good. It was a lot of um, different cultures, uh, different people that showed up to support Trump. It was people. I got there probably around 7 that morning, and when I tell you, it was so many people outside. It was like literally, and my son got the pictures. I gotta get them from him, but the line was so long. When I tell you, it was probably 50 to 60,000 people outside. Mind you, like the convention center only holds 10,000. So I was blessed enough to be able to get inside to be in attendance, and it was really nice. It was like I said, it was Venezuelans out there for Trump, which I'm sure the ones that were there were legal. Um, but there were the LGBTQ community showed up for Trump. It was a lot of different, a lot of different cultures. You had a lot of, Africans out there. You had a lot of. I was glad to see a lot of the young support for Trump and it was support from all races, and so that was really good to see. But yeah, his the rally was probably like an hour and 45 minutes. He did a really great speech. He talked about how we're trying to make America safe again, healthy again, and how um, basically if you're illegally over here, you have to go back, and if you want to come, you have to come, and be vetted, the proper way. He talked about um, just how inflation and how inflation is at an all-time high, and how he's trying to get the economy back on track. So it was a really good rally. So I enjoyed it. If I could go to another one, I would definitely be in attendance to it. But the one here in Colorado, I think it was kind of last minute because came, he stayed for, like I say, it wasn't a long. He spoke for probably like an hour 45 minutes, but he left the rally in Colorado and went to Nevada. He had to speak in Nevada at like 5:30. But yeah, it was interesting. So
Yeah, yeah, definitely. That was dope to see and then get the insight because I know it was like an all day thing. You had got up like super early because I get up early for work. You like, man, bro, I'm gonna hit you when I get up. I'm like, you gonna be up that early? I'm like, man, because I'll be up 5 in the morning. So and then
hmm
to see that the turnout is how they try to paint the picture like a lot of people ain't rotating with them. You know what I'm saying? And I was shocked to hear that Venezuelans were there and the LGBTQ community was there. Because people of all nationalities are feeling the brunt of this misstep with this current administration. And, so just to see that Colorado, which is supposedly be a blue state, man, the
yeah.
the turnout, you said it was like 60,000 people in attendance or something close to that. That's insane, man.
Yeah, and they were saying too that that was the biggest not turnout that he's ever had, but the biggest support that was willing to just stay out, like because they wasn't able to get into the convention center, so they had to basically stay out. But y'all, it was when I tell you, when we were walking because they had sold out, like you have to, they have like you have to pay to park, and it's basically because it's located close to the airport. So we always usually, if we fly out, we'll park our car at like Canopy. That's the name of it. And but they were sold out when we got there, and we got there kind of early. So we had to actually probably park like a mile away. So we had to walk. Okay. So mind you, the Gaylord from where we parked, it was like an hour and no, it was a 2 hour walk. So it was like
Right.
a 2 hour walk. But my son, um, we walked like up to the store, and as we were walking, there were people coming back, and they're like, "You're not gonna get in. I'm sorry, like you just it's not it. They was just like the line is wrapped around. You're not gonna get in. So my son was like, "No, mom, come on, we'll chance it." So we went up to the store, and so he called an Uber for us, and we was able to get in the Uber. The Uber took us all the way to the front of the Gaylord. Mind you, these people that was in the front, they had been there. They slept over all night. They were there all night just waiting to get in because the line was so long. And I'm like, "Oh, bro, we're not gonna get in." And so my son seen a guy, and he was like, "If you don't let me," he was like, "Mom, listen." Tomorrow's my mom's birthday because my birthday was last Saturday. So he was like, tomorrow's my mom's birthday. If you don't let like my mom and her friend, because my friend want me too, and then my son and my cousin, and then some more of his friends. And he was like, just let my mom get in. Like, I'll pay you, bro, like to get in. Like, and he was like, no, bro, you gave me a little something, I'll let y'all skip. So that's the only way we were able to get in. And so when I got in, mind you, when we was able to get in, because we still had to wait in line for like 3 hours, right? Prior, before. Like we still was in line for like 3 hours. So this one guy and his wife, like you I think they were kind of lost and they didn't know and they didn't have a ticket and they were like, hey, can I, like I don't know, do you have to have a ticket? And luckily I had two extra tickets. And so the people that was like beside me, they were like, oh no, you guys can't skip. We've been here all night. Da 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 da. So they was really like going in because they was like, we not spend the night. Like, ain't no way y'all finna come up in here and you just got here, which I was already there, but they was talking about the other people, and it was an older couple, and I felt so bad for them. And I'm like, Lord, you paid it for. I was able to. This gentleman was able to let us in. I'm like, I gotta get these people in. So I was able to. I had two extra tickets. I'm like, just come with me. Just come on with me. So I was able to pay it forward because it was paid for me. Because I wouldn't have been able to get in. I'm just telling you, I would not have been able to be into attendance. I'd have been outside waiting like the other 50,000 people that was waiting. But it was really really dope, and I enjoyed it. And I'm telling you, President Trump got so much support. Like he has so much support, and it was just it was good. I enjoyed it. I really did.
Man, that's what's up, and it was good to see you had a great time. And also, like you just stated, it was your birthday weekend, so happy belated birthday once again. So be able
Thank you,
to
bro.
yeah, yeah. Shout out to her in the chat, Muse Black, Lex in the chat, everybody, that's here. Yeah, so the birthday and able to, birthday weekend to go do that. That was major and still spend time with the family. Man, so that I know that was a great experience. So
Yeah.
since the last time we've been live, as the title states, Kamala the Chameleon, and why black men are choosing Trump and more. You know what I'm saying? Tap in. So a lot been going on. Um, as far as the election is concerned, we are under 20 days until November 5th, before it all goes down. And we've been pressing hard, trying to get the message out there. This election is very imperative. It's very important that people get informed. So we want to make sure over here, Voices for the Voiceless, that we are, what I'm saying, doing our due diligence to keep the people enlightened. So, before we get into Kamala the Chameleon, and I just, played a little joke with her name or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Barack Obama had some things to say to black men that I don't think we got a chance to really dive in on, about who we should vote for as a collective. And I just thought that was really interesting. I'm gonna cue a video up just to hear what President Barack Obama had to say to black men, and we know we gonna give our thoughts on that. This is very very interesting, y'all. If you didn't know, now you know.
Based on reports I'm getting from campaigns and communities, is that um, we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. Now, I also want to say that that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers.
Yesterday, Barack Obama spoke at his first rally for Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, but just before he took the stage, he suggested that Black men aren't supporting Kamala Harris because they're misogynistic. Just a moment, we're going to hear about how friend of the show, Nina Turner, criticized.
Okay, let's just let's dive into that right quick. So off the bat, President Obama comes at black men saying that we're not feeling Kamala Harris because we're misogynistic. Like we don't like we're just totally against the thought of having a woman president. Never mind illegal immigration. Never mind inflation. Never mind the crisis at the border. Never mind all the issues that we got going on. The economy is all out of whack. I mean, like we just besides all of that, we do not want to vote for the Kamala Harris because she's a woman because we're misogynistic as black men. How do you feel about this?
Well, like I said before with Obama, like how dare you come out as if you gotta chastise black men? Like, bro, nobody's seen you since occasionally we see you here and there. But I just feel like that was insulting. And I feel like, in my personal opinion, that like you're saying black men are not intelligent enough to make a decision on a choice on who they need to vote for. What it is, they feel like they've had the black vote on lock for so long because they have. Like for years, black men have always been supportive to that one particular party and voting. And like I told you before, I think that that comes from, people really not playing, really not really paying attention to, policy or anything just because who you're told to vote for. And I think like over the past 3.5 years, black men have had a change of heart and a change of mind, and it's no more of the controlling. And I think, for him to really do that, it just really pushed black men away and pushed them further because it's like you coming out here to chastise us. You didn't go to it. You didn't go to another group of another race of people. Why did you have the black brothers, like they're the black brothers in the room that you need to talk to about the vote? Now, mind you, if the black vote went down, you wouldn't be coming in there trying to chastise the black brothers. But because you need the black vote, now I got to come out and be like I'm the voice. Like you send Obama out, you send doggone Magic Johnson out. And it's like you send Magic Johnson out, and that was insulting also because Magic Johnson, like, you don't even have you have a son, but you have your wife gave birth to a son, but that's not what you have now. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you have a whole son that don't represent men. He's a feminist. So it's like, how dare you come out in Obama like black men are not intelligent, and that just really pissed me off. I think it was a turnoff for black men, and I'm glad black men are standing up and saying, I got a mind of my own. I don't need you telling me who I need to vote for, and that's just it.
Absolutely. I agree. I totally agree. I think it was disrespectful. I think that it was dismissive because you're not raising any, real light to the concerns that not only black men are sharing. Why would you just highlight black men? There are a lot of different demographics of people that are resonating with Donald Trump. And see, that's what we talk about with identity politics, because the fact that she's supposed to be a black woman, we're just automatically supposed to give her our vote based off of racial identity when we're supposed to be focused on and zoned in on policy. because I don't care if you black, white, green, purple, or green. Well, I said green twice, but you get the point. It as long as your policies are good, hey, you could be the same colors, um, whatever. I don't. That is so minute in the grand scheme of things. I mean, identity is important, but when it comes down to policy, it does not compare. It does not have its weight in gold. But I'll go ahead and continue to see what this brother has to say.
Obama's comments on CNN. But first, let's watch the rest of what Obama had to say about black men. He spoke for a while, so let's start with Obama's argument for why black men should support Kamala Harris. Take a look.
So if you don't mind, just for a second, I'm going to speak to y'all directly and say that when you have a choice that is this clear, when on the one hand you have somebody who grew up like you, knows you, went to college with you, understands the struggles and pain and joy that comes from those experiences, and is putting forward concrete proposals to directly address the things that are vital in our neighborhoods and our communities, from housing to making sure that our mothers and our fathers and our grandparents can afford medicine.
Okay. All right. Let's pause it right there. Let's pause it right there. It's a lot to unpack with that. So now we're supposed to vote for Kamala Harris, not just because she's black, but also that she identifies with black people as far as the way that she grew up like us, the way that she, went to college with us. She's an Alpha Phi Alpha like us. I beg to differ that she's like us. Um, but in any event, if that's your argument, just on the surface level, this lady has a track record as a politician in California. All she did as a DA in California with black people was incarcerate black people unjustly. She used see Jamal True Love for one. You know the story of Jamal True Love. If you don't, I'm gonna explain it to you briefly. The man was facing serious charges, I believe, murder charges, first degree, in the state of California. Kamala Harris was the district attorney. There was evidence. This was a black man. There was evidence that he did not commit the crime, that she would not make admissible into the court. But she, instead of letting it be admissible in court, she almost let this brother go to jail for the rest of her. Well, she did allow him to get a life sentence unjustly and laughed at him in the courtroom. So when we talk about her being uh able to identify with black people on that level, and he's not the only one. There are thousands of Jamal True Loves. So, as a district attorney in California, she locked up several black men extensively for the possession of for nonviolent crimes, for possession of marijuana, things of that nature, gave harsh sentences to black men. So why would we as black men resonate with someone that was locking up black men unjustly? But I'll yield back to Mika. What you think about that?
Yeah. So she was the same woman, so-called black woman that was keeping people past their sentencing for cheap labor. Like, so she can never identify with blacks because, again, what has she done, or how has she served in the community, for black the black culture? Just because she went to HBCU college, I mean, that's just a historical black college, but anybody can attend an HBCU college. But it's just, like I said, for me, um, I just feel like they know that they are sinking, because I've never seen politicians like I'm seeing now coming out for her, like in her favor, because they know she's doing so badly in the polls. So now we all got to come out and we got to try and save her. So by saving her, like I gave you the analogy the other day with you wasn't stunting a black van before. The only thing that you went towards and you geared towards was women's rights and LGBTQ. Okay, but now that your numbers are you know decreasing, and Trump is actually increasing in population with the black male vote. Now I need the black man. But you fail to realize the things that you've done to break up a lot of families because of your abuse of power, because you felt that you could do that because you was a DA. And now you just, you need the black vote. And it just ain't working. And I'm just so proud of black men that's standing on what they believe in. Like, we're not just coming out accepting any and everything. And my heart is just overwhelmed with the support that Donald Trump is getting from black men. Because Trump, like I've told you before, he doesn't get the credit. A lot of people, well, what has Trump did for black
Mm-hmm.
people?
Exactly.
Well, when you think about the mass incarceration, the First Step Act. I mean, Trump was the one and that freed a lot of black men that was in prison. I was looking at a video the other day with a black man, and his name, the guy named Ace. I be sending you and sister him on TikTok, but he was just saying how he was incarcerated in 2018 and how Trump saved his life, and how when he was able to get out, he um when he was able to get out, how he was able to make, six figures that within that year because of Trump. He was able to start his own business. He was able to do things that, and he was basically saying like Trump saved his life. So Trump don't get enough credit when people be like, well, what, he ain't done nothing, but what he was the only president that signed up on that. Wherein in the 94 crime bill, you had Joe Biden, that was a part of that bill being passed. And it damaged the black culture. So, I'm just glad black men are just waking up, and they're not, you could send anybody you want out. They're not, their minds are made up. And it's like, we see what you're doing. And I'm just proud of our men for that. I am.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I couldn't agree more, sis. Like, the pandering to black people for the black vote out of the blue. That, I mean, just think, black men have been one of the most ignored demographics in American society. So for all of a sudden, this is classic politician behavior. And the Democratic Party is panicking because they relied so much on the black vote. Specifically, black men are not feeling Kamala Harris right now. So they have to roll out Barack Obama to try to get black men engaged back into it. But see, what he did, he went about it wrong. You talking down on people. You know what I'm saying? It's better, like, you supposed to be like, look, these are her policies. This is why I think that y'all should. We'll hear you out because we got like, make no mistake. Barack Obama is a great role model, a great, example of a family man, and things of that nature. But as far as your policies, bro, and what you did when you was in office, you didn't do nothing for black people. You did more for the LGBTQ community than you did anything for any other community. So the uh you don't have the capacity to speak to black men like that. because we don't really like, even though you basically won on identity politics, you didn't do nothing tangible for black people. So it's kind of hard for you to come out here and try to lecture black people and talk down to us like we supposed to just go off what you saying, bro. Like you the black messiah or something. That right there, I felt. Go ahead, sis.
Mhm. Oh no, I was gonna say no. I was agreeing with you because, again, too, Obama, when he was running for president, he was marketing himself. Like he was literally, even if you people did not look at his policies, he was out. He was shaking hands. He would taking questions. He would answer questions. He would go in. He would talk to a different group of people. He would do. He was more relatable. You understand? Even if he wasn't relatable, he presented himself to be more relatable. He can relate to people. Her, she doesn't do that. So it's like when you're her position right now, like we was talking the other day, and I was telling you, like it's like you're in an interview. So when you're interviewing for a job, you can't just say, okay, you know, just bypass the interview process. I don't have to answer these questions. I just have the job. No, if the American people have to hire you, because that's what it is right now. You're in the hiring process, okay? And at this point, you're not giving people or even giving people any any type of you know just to say, okay, I feel like she's the one for this job. She's not aligning with people. She just goes for 15 minutes, she speaks, and she's done. She doesn't like to answer questions. She doesn't like to, if she goes for interviews, she goes and it's the softball questions that's being asked, which she's just not good. She's just not a good fit for America. Like even if she was a woman, I don't have a problem with a woman being president of the United States
Not at
if
all.
she qualifies for the job. If she's qualified, but if you're not qualified for the job, then I'm not gonna hire you because you are a woman.
But check
Like,
this
and
out, sis. On top of
mhm.
that, she's in office right now as the VP. So if you you did a terrible job as a vice president, why would you get a promotion? And any job that you are trying to rise up, you trying to go from vice president to the president, you trying to go from the assistant manager to the manager. If you do a poor performance, how do you expect the people to want to elect you to promote you to a higher position? It's crazy.
Exactly. And it's like they're saying, just hire her. Don't worry about it. Just get her in the door. Forget what she can do now. I mean, it's things like you say, like it's a lot of things now that she has control over to do, but she's just not willing to do it. So if you got majority of the people that have a problem with inflation, you got majority of the people that the country that has a problem with the migrants, that's a migrant crisis, and come on. So you just expect, and I think to me that's an insult on black people, on any American. Like to even think that we should have to vote for her because that's just what we're supposed to do.
Right. Yeah. You just and that's been, in the black community, that has been to our detriment. Um, Blue no matter who. I just remember since I've been of voting age, of military age, that my mother and grandmother would just give me, a cheat sheet. Like, oh, when you go in there, this what you vote for. You know what I'm saying? And it was all Democrats. And without doing any research on my own or any policy, we have been trained by generation just to vote that way. So that's the story of majority of black Americans in this country. So once you continue to do that, the Democratic Party feel like, well, shoot, we ain't got to do nothing for them. We got them in the bag. You know what I'm saying? So then you wake up one day and then if the country hadn't gotten this bad, we would have still been asleep to the Democratic Party. we both probably be still voting Democratic, still talk about Trump racist, because that's the narrative that has been painted to us, and it's been handed down by generation of generation. So when you finally wake up and see, wait a minute, this stuff is really starting to affect, our day-to-day life. Okay, so it is some validity to what we're doing when as a collective, as it pertains to our vote. So if we continue to vote against our best interests, hold on. Nah. Why is this lady sitting up there acting like, what I'm saying, she made collard greens in the tub for? What's that about? You know what I'm saying? Why is she sitting up there changing up her accent depending on who she's speaking to? Okay, she's trying
Because
to
she,
go
oh,
ahead.
go ahead. I'm sorry. Well, because she does the same thing that they all do. Like, it's just the fact. I mean, Hillary Clinton did it. She said, "You got hot sauce in your bag." I keep my hot sauce in my bag, and black folks just ate that. Oh man, she and they voted because she had hot sauce in her bag. And then with her, she just thought that hey, I just make my collard greens in the bag. I wash my greens in the tub, and you seen black people just, what you put in there? What you put in your? And I'm like, really? Like, come on, man. Like, this is all that they have to do or say for us to just be that ignorant to not know. Let me just start looking into policies. Let me look at the way that the world is changing. Like, if you see the changing of the world, with the changing of the world, that those it's policies and different things and laws that's this changing. And if you people can't really see that, and they just going by, again, most people uh are still going by, I would say, the older people, 65 on up, is the media, the CNN. They are brainwashed, and the media have them on lock. But again, I'm so grateful for social media too, because social media is also giving other people an outlet to be educated.
Yeah.
Because for so long, we have always been educated by CNN, NBC, CBS, those platforms that are Democrat ran platforms. They're Democrat ran, so they give you and feed you what they want you to hear. Why you think now they trying to censor people? If you don't say what they want you to say, then they're wanting to censor you, because they don't want you to be woke. They want you to be sleep, not read, not be educated, not do anything. Because
Hmm.
remember, back in the day, when the black man, they didn't want you to know how to read, do anything. They kill you. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same way
Hmm.
now. So
Same
now that
way.
you're being educated and you waking up, it's like, no, we gonna have to censor them. They cannot be educated. They can't, these other platforms, because now, if you notice the views and all that on CNN now, they are dying because people are leaving there, and they're not listening to that garbage anymore. People can, even if they don't, they can see what's going on. If you see, when you go to the grocery store, you paying doggone $9 for some bacon that you used to pay $2 or $3 for, and you got um um Vice President Kamala in office and Joe Biden in office, and you hearing that they sending all this money to all these other countries, and I'm paying, $89 for, at that point, they know something is wrong. So it's like, hey, I was better off with Trump. People are saying I was better off up under President Trump financially for my family. I had money in my pocket. So
Absolutely.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
just
you can
what it's
see it.
boiling down
You
to.
can see it.
Yep.
I'm a brother Mule. Before we continue, I want to give a shout out to everybody that's in the chat. I see Noobs, NOBBZ, in the chat. I want to give a shout out to my sis, our sis, Nisi, Queen Nisi Mo, in the chat with us, sis. And Lex Muse. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna roll this video because I know Muse want to get up here, but I want to give, like, we've been talking about, Obama coming out. We ain't even got to Kamala yet, and it's already hot. We 40 minutes in, but I want to play a response to the brother here, Barack Obama, some black men that's speaking. And shout out to the content creator. And after this, I'm gonna drop the link specifically for Brother Muse to come up and if Queen Nisimo want to come up as well. I'm dropping it a little earlier tonight, so because we want to dive in and get y'all thoughts on it. But I want this brother to go ahead and well, actually, this is chat with me, Miss Linda B. But the brother in the beginning, he laid it out perfectly. So we gonna go to that.
I am not afraid to vote for Kamala Harris because she is a woman. I refuse to vote for Kamala Harris because she has spent the last 4 years destroying this country. She has spent the last 4 years throwing up the borders to illegal immigrants. She has spent the last 4 years destroying this economy. We have seen over the past couple of months that she is not fit to be president. She can barely speak. She can't articulate a vision. And actually, she's pretty stupid. And if you think that I, as a black man, am going to let that waltz into the White House, that is going to get my vote because you're lecturing me and you're bullying me, and you may be the surrogate black dad for a lot of fatherless black boys that are running around this country, but I got a dad, I know who he is, and it ain't you.
Welcome back, Warriors. It's me, Linda B. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. We've got some black men responding to Barack Hussein Obama. Remember, just a few hours ago, a day or so ago, that Barack entertained a few black men in this small event, and he's basically chastising them. Yeah, it's like they were being called into the principal's office. But black men have lots to say to Barack Obama. But before we get into it, don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and let's get into it.
Yo, so I'm CJ Pearson, one of the young black men that President Obama yesterday tried to lecture. He's supporting Kamala Harris just because she looks like me. Now, guys, I don't know about y'all, but I think that my ancestors fought far too hard for my right to vote in this country for me to support someone just because they look like me, especially when that person who looks like me doesn't give a damn about me. Kamala Harris, for her entire political career, hasn't done a single thing for black people, black men, or anyone, actually, for that matter. She failed to secure the border. She hasn't created a single job. She is actually probably uniquely terrible at her job. Barack Obama, another person who didn't do a damn thing for black people when he was president, believes that black men should set aside our disagreements, set aside our grievances, and just take one for the team. Barack, we've been taking one for the team when it comes to supporting the Democrat Party for decades. And what do we have to show for it? Our inner cities are destroyed. Violent crime is up. We are living in poverty in too many communities across this country. That is the reality of progressive policies in this country and all across America. So no, Barack, I'm not going to support Kamala Harris because you said that is my duty as a young black man. No, I'm going to support Donald Trump, the president who actually delivered for black people, brought about the lowest black unemployment rate in our nation's history, the president who actually gave a damn about our community. That's not rocket science, Barack. It's common sense.
You just gotta love it when people just wake up. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, it's like heaven. People waking up, just not allowing themselves to be pandered to.
Man, I had to stop that right there and highlight Lexington's comment. He said he talked to a guy yesterday and said voted for Kamala Harris because Trump is trying to be a dictator. I was like, brother, you do realize he was president before exactly. You can't really run that narrative. Hold on, we got Brother Muse coming up with us, bro. We got you know, people that want to run with that narrative about, oh, he's going to be a dick. That's 2016. You can't recycle the same narrative because we've already had him as a president, and we already remember what his 4 years of presidency was like. People were doing much better, and that's all across the board collectively. You got every different demographic in America, every different agenda, race, whatever category that you want to look at are all sharing the same sentiments, unified. You know what I'm saying? When has that ever happened? This is an unprecedented, uncanny time in our history where everybody's saying the same thing, not just one demographic. So, while we got Our brother Muse on brother Big Bro. What's going on? How you feeling this evening, bro?
Hey,
Man,
brother Muse.
what's going on, Miss Mika? It's a pleasure to grace the platform with you, my sister. Brother Crux, you already know I call you our community activist for such a time as this.
Yeah.
Let me say this before I yield back and really jump the gate. Pac made a statement. I'm not saying that I'm gonna change the world. I don't know how to change it. But if I keep talking about how dirty it is, somebody gonna clean it up. Woo, let that breathe for a moment. I yield back. I'm just setting the tone.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes,
Yep.
I ain't
indeed.
yet. I'm just setting the tone. I ain't even got started yet. If you
Oh
keep
yeah. So,
if you
hey,
keep addressing what affects the human condition, somebody gonna listen, and somebody's in position waiting to set up a group to navigate, to pull, to gravitate, so we
Mm-hmm.
can address that particular thing. Now, when you get another side who's trying to shut that down and use propaganda and deflection and manipulation and bullying, that's a red flag.
mm-hmm.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna yield
Ab-
back right there. Yield back right there before I go any
Oh
further.
yeah, that was deep, bro. Yeah, because you like you said, they use a propaganda. Um, they have these narratives painted about this man, and we seen this. We seen that, like you said, you mentioned rest in peace of Tupac. We seen pay him a certain way in the media, even back then. We see what they did with R. Kelly. You know what I'm saying? We see what they did with Bill Cosby. They used the media to assassinate and convict their target in the eyes of public opinion. And now, with Trump, he has such a dream team and a machine with him, and he already was a billionaire. It was kind of they came at him, but it was like it was so unsuccessful because he had the money, he had the backing to kind of sustain, but it's still people that run with the narratives out there about him. But yeah, I'm gonna let Sis go ahead and chime in on the video that we just with Black Men reacting so far. Shout out to Linda B. I really enjoy her commentary and Black Men reacting. We got some more on here too, but did you want to weigh in on that, Sis, or what Muse said?
Oh no, I just agree with everything Brother Muse he said. Uh, at this point now, you want to paint um well, the media has painted people in a certain image, and now people are really just kind of waking up. You can no longer keep a person in a dark place, before eventually they start seeing the light. And I'm just glad that that's what's kind of going on now. So yeah, that's my little input on that. So I'll let you finish rolling the video though, because I like to listen to Linda B. She be dropping some nuggets on us.
Oh yes, indeed. Let's get back to it.
too. And this is one of the men that was actually in the room when Barack was giving his lecture, not just someone who's giving their opinion who wasn't there. This man was actually there. And let's hear from some other Black men. Let's go, brothers.
Sorry, Obama, I'm a black man and I'm voting for Donald Trump for president, and there is no amount of lecturing or bullying or shaming that you can do that is going to make me change that decision. I am not afraid to vote for Kamala Harris because she is a woman. I refuse to vote for Kamala Harris because she has spent the last 4 years destroying this country. She has spent the last 4 years throwing up the borders to illegal immigrants. She has spent the last 4 years destroying this economy. We have seen over the past couple of months that she is not fit to be president. She can barely speak. She can't articulate a vision. And actually, she's pretty stupid. And if you think that I, as a black man, am going to let that waltz into the White House, that is going to get my vote because you're lecturing me and you're bullying me, and you may be the surrogate black dad for a lot of fatherless black boys that are running around this country, but I got a dad. I know who he is, and it ain't you. I'm voting for Donald Trump for president. Take it or leave it. Sorry, Obama.
Boom. What them demon rats gonna do now? You know they love to do stuff. You know they love to deal. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. These men are not having it. He said, you may be the surrogate black father for a lot of young black men who don't have fathers, but he said, I got a father and you're not it. Sorry, Obama. Donald Trump, 20.
Yeah, let's stop there right there because Obama did kind of come off like that, right? He kind of came off like he was scolding, like he was, and then at one point he actually said, you lucky Michelle's not here, because if she was here, ooh yeah, like what's she gonna do? Like, I mean, bro, like if you don't go, what Tariq Nasheed said, sit your musty, tether, Kenyan skinny
Yeah,
ass down
and sit
somewhere, bro.
down
Like,
somewhere. Boy, that thing took me
yeah.
years.
But yeah, he did come off like he's somebody father figure, bro. Like listen, like if you want to come out and you want to appeal to black people or black men specifically with your message, man, why you ain't saying nothing to white men? Because there's a lot of white men voting for him. There's a lot of white women. It's a lot of Asian men with. So you think that black men are just incompetent to make their own decision? In the pandering, you coming out capping for this lady and you're not addressing the real issues as to why people are that's moving away from this party. If you would have came out and be like, look, you know, I'm working with Kamala, I know if he'd have chose a different approach, it may have worked, but he came off very arrogant, very dismissive, and just very disrespectful, you know.
Well, first of all, he ain't running for president. She is. So my thing is, what she should have done if she was really for the black men, a black man, why didn't you sit down and have an open forum with men? Like you could have actually had the same way President Trump sat down in Atlanta with women, okay, and he answered every question pertaining to what with women's rights. He literally had a room full of women, but she never like Obama's not running for president. She is. So she should have had an agenda set up for black men. She should have been able to ask black men, what do you need from me as I'm VP now, but I know the position that I'm taking. What would you like to take effect? What's going to benefit you guys? Help me out. She didn't do any of that. But you got him coming in telling black people what they need to do when, bro, you ain't even on the ballot. So,
Exactly. Yeah, it's like
yeah.
where you come from, bro? Like you just came up here, you know what I'm saying, and just start scolding people, scolding black men. hey, brothers been roasting them. Here go a couple more brothers. Shout out to Linda B. She gonna let some other brothers saddle flow, man. But Obama funny for that.
Box, how insulting they've been. Check out another clip.
Hello, America. Hello, Georgia. I'm Bernie Jones, the state representative from the great state of Georgia. And I'm out doing my normal morning jog. By the way, it's a great day to be in Georgia. It's a beautiful fall day. But anyhow, I just had to pause for the cause. I, like many of you, observed and listened and watched Barack Obama last night as he addressed black men. But as a black man, he did everything but address what he did. He berated black men. He rebuked black men. He even scolded black men. Primarily because we will not fall in line and vote for Madam Lock-Upper Brother, Kamala Harris, because that's her record. As if black men are too stupid that we can't vote ourselves.
Now, didn't we say that though? We said that. That's her record. That's her record. you can't get around your
Uh-huh.
history. Like your history ain't no mystery in the words of T.I. You know what I'm saying? Your record
Uh-huh.
reflects the fact that you lock up brothers on as a district attorney for miscellaneous petty non-violent charges and overcharged brothers. You know, district attorneys like Kim Fox and
Took it
Fonnie
right out of my
Willis.
focus.
Hey,
Yeah.
bro, and Kim Fox and Fonnie Willis have said that Kamala Harris is their idol.
Yeah.
So, people, if you want to ever see, you know what I'm saying, any of these brothers like Robert Sylvester Kelly come from out of that jam, don't Kamala Harris ain't that. She's the one that's up top making the decisions. That's dispatching people like Kim Fox and Fonnie Willis out here and
Let me throw
Letitia
one.
Adams.
Let
Oh,
me throw
go
one
ahead,
word.
bro.
Just one word. I'm just gonna throw one word out. I'm not suggesting to anyone how to vote. I'm a man of faith. I'm a believer. I'm a Christian. Do respect those with other faith base. You know what I mean? We all trying to find that calling, our purpose, and however your faith walk is founded, I respect and embrace that. I just had to say that for the record. Um, One thing that we got to understand is that let me say it like this because I want you to really, I want y'all to really hear what I'm saying. There's others who will go to a gallery and they'll see wonderful paintings. Yeah, I think this is a good example. They'll see wonderful paintings from some of the best painters across the world and even in our history. And someone looks at that and just tell you how my mind works. Give you a look, bring you into my world just for a moment. And other people look at that, the color, the texture, the backdrop of what they paint on, all of that, the framework. And for you said, Brother Music, okay, pretty much when somebody's doing the painting, that's what they do. That's not what I'm looking at.
Mm.
I'm looking at the picture behind the picture. Let that breathe for a moment. Not trying to get too deep because I'm not.
Oh no,
I'm
I'm picking up what you putting down. You got to look beyond the surface.
got you. I'm looking at the picture that started in the painter's mind. What are you trying to get across to those who are going to beheld this portrait way after you gone?
Say that. Hey, shout
I'm
out
gonna
to
let that.
Brother Muse. Hey, we got hey, Brother Muse just dropped some gems on us. But we got our sister, Queen Nisimo. What up, sis? And we got our
Hey, sis.
brother
Hey
Noobs in
sis,
the
hey
building,
Miguel,
man.
hey
What's up,
Muse,
y'all?
hey Jeff, hey
How you doing, my
What
man?
up,
Muse.
Noobs? What up, Nisimo? How y'all doing this evening?
I'm
Pretty
Nis-
good,
good,
man.
good,
Okay.
good, good.
We got I'm
Nis-
gonna let ladies first though. How talk to us, Niche.
Nisimo, how you doing, my heart?
I'm holding on. I'm holding on. I'm listening to you guys, and y'all are bringing it tonight. And I just,
Appreciate it.
hey, I'm just hoping and praying that everybody can understand that how serious things are. And I'm here with my nephew, and then he's actually cut my grandson's hair. And he just dropped something on me, and I did not know this. Maybe y'all heard it, but I haven't heard it. That they're now already trying to act as though something is going on with the machines as far as the election is concerned.
Oh wow, I
With
didn't
the
hear that.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
But I'm not surprised though, sis. And one thing, one of the slogans that they have that I think that is so applicable to this election, it's gonna be too big to rig. you know, I mean, it's gonna be
Hmm.
such a over. They're gonna be in such shock of so many people that they
Hmm.
did not expect that may have came out publicly and said one thing, but behind that, when that when that curtain closed, they
Hmm.
gonna say they vote gonna say something totally different. And like
Exactly.
and hey, so I think it's gonna be too big to rig, sis.
Well, I that's my prayer, and I and um and he said that she's, and I think I heard her say that she's already won. I'm like, okay, if you believe you've already won, then you've already won. But in my eyes, you haven't won because why? As you guys stated earlier, and we've already been saying this, since day one, you haven't done anything while in office right now. So
Hmm.
why do you think you deserve a promotion when you haven't even started the job, let's know completed the job. You haven't done anything while you're on the job now. So who gives someone a promotion when you haven't even attempt to start the job that you're already on?
Exactly. That
Yep.
part I don't get. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I was gonna say what Nisi was saying as far as the her saying that, the comments about Butch about her in office, but as far as winning the election. But Trump and them, I think they all say that because they want to gravitate. They want for those undecided voters, and I've noticed this. The voters that's undecided, that some people are like, well, she says that she is already, so I might as well just vote for her. But Trump and them, they say the same thing. They, JD Vance say, hey, when on November the 5th, we're gonna make sure we get Trump. Trump's gonna be the president of the United States, as if they've already won. And I think that's, anytime they going up for something as big as this election, they have to draw the people in. And that's one strategy that they all be using. But I've heard her say that, but she know within them numbers and the way them polls looking, she ain't nowhere in that White House. Mm-mm.
Nah, it's too big to rig. And I definitely want to give the floor and first time the brother News came on and so I want to give it up for brother News coming on, man. How you feeling, man? Let us
What's
know.
up?
Yeah,
Yeah.
talk to us, bro.
Hey, man, I just got to follow up on what Muse was talking about. And I mean the catchphrase that kind of summarized, his explanation there was the picture behind the picture. And
Mm.
I know Nisi Mo knows because I've been lighting her up all week with it. Have y'all been watching Candace Owens this week?
Hmm.
Oh, say less.
Yes.
Man, say less, bro. I got that queued up. I got that
Oh, brother.
queued up.
The picture behind the picture. Who
Hmm.
is Kamala Harris? She is
Yes,
not
sir.
somebody that I would have babysit my dogs for a weekend.
Thank you. I
Hmm.
don't believe she know who she is.
Nope.
Yeah. So with that being said, I do want to present that so people can get an understanding of what news is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody running around with this false narrative like this lady is, black or whatever. But man, a lot of people beg to differ. And Candace Owens has been on the job to say the least.
Mm.
So I'm gonna cue this up where it's at. Uh, don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Okay.
Now, while you're queuing that up, I just gotta say, as much as I love Candace Owens, man, can you imagine being married to her? You would never win an argument.
I'm telling you, I mean, I love Candace Owens. She
Uh-huh.
seemed like a sweet lady, but at the same time, she seemed like she'd be like a private
Yeah,
investigator at the same
man, and she'd be
time.
throwing knives out of the drawer too. Shunk, shunk, shunk.
Yeah, man. She a pistol starter though. I love Candace though. Shout out to Candace, and also the content creator right here, a righteous perspective. If you want to view this video, and I love this brother's content, I'm gonna let him have
Hey,
it.
welcome back to the channel with your man Wise, and today we got to check out this video that you guys suggested that I check out. Candace Owens has been going in on Kamala Harris for quite some time. And for whatever reason, I just have not covered it, on my channel, but I want to react to it today. This video, I hope you guys enjoy it. If you would like for me to kind of go back and review this entire series that Candace did on Kamala Harris, I'd be more than happy to do so. Let me know in the comment section if that is something that you would like for me to do. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. And without further ado, let's go.
All right, so all of this was really just common sense. I know it's not that common anymore, but it really was common sense from the beginning. And I want people to know, let the record show, let the history books show that all I did was conduct basic Black people science. I looked at this photo here, the photo that Kamala put in her book of her and Grandma Beryl, and I said, no, scientific consensus rejects this theory for a ton of reasons. One of them being, I just didn't feel like this woman was her grandma. I have a Caribbean grandma. They're all up in your face. I don't feel the affection in this photo. I'm not thinking this is a very dark woman. I'm not thinking this is the mother of Donald Harris at all. Like, I know genetics can be funky, but I was going, this woman does not look like she owned and operated a store. There were so many things that were throwing me off. Even the whole story of the grandparents owning all of these stores. I'm going, what are you talking about? 1914 to 1938 in Jamaica, but we were just getting out of slave chains. And you're telling me like your family just became like so dominant and running these dry goods stores, and this grandma had that. Something was off, okay? And what was off was just the photos they were presenting. These people were too Black. And then once we started looking into it, the fact that her campaign just shut off the tap on speaking about her Blackness. They just wanted to move on, as if she had never said it. It was the entire brand. Remember, that's the pitch. She's going to be the first Black female president of the United States. The media was trying to sell that, to force feed that to us. And I said, Black scientific theory says, no, this ain't your grandma.
Mm-hmm. They kept trying to tell us that, oh, she's going to be the first African-American president. All of that malarkey has gone out the window now.
But I was receiving a ton of emails from people that were insisting that Beryl was Kamala's grandmother. Among the emails were a flurry of people suggesting that I speak to a woman known as Lady Colin Campbell. She also goes as Lady C. I'm familiar with her work. I've seen her. She's written in the Daily Mail before, or has been written about in the Daily Mail. She's a British.
All right, just to catch people up to speed, you know what I'm saying? While Candace is breaking this down, Kamala had a book like something like an autobiography where she had a picture of a what seemed to be like, they're trying to say her family's from Jamaica, and the picture was of a Black woman, but in essence, that was not her. It was supposed to be her grandmother, but in essence, what they're finding is that that was not her grandmother. She used this lady for a photo op to try to substantiate her Blackness falsely. So, Candace has been digging into her family background, and they've been coming up with a lot of different revelations, and this is about to get deep, y'all. I just wanted to add some context to what we're watching, just in case people were not up to speed with that. But I'll continue.
The British Jamaican author and a socialite who grew up in Jamaica. And she is deep on genealogy. She's written several books regarding the British royals. This woman likes history. She likes facts. And someone had sent me a clip of her from her YouTube channel during which she was fielding questions, and people were asking her to look into my research into Kamala Harris. And she said, rather offhandedly, that she had asked around, and that she had a friend that was on the island who had confirmed to her that Beryl was, in fact, Kamala's grandmother, seemingly putting to rest all of my theories. But I remained completely undeterred, and I just ignored it. Lady C said that she was hoping to host that friend on her podcast in the future, and that the woman would spill all of the tea on how she knew Kamala's grandmother, Beryl. So I just waited. I waited for the future to arrive, and guess what? The future has arrived.
It's just funny how this came
as
about.
promised, Lady C hosted
Exactly.
Dorothy. That's the woman's name. Dorothy, the woman who knew Grandma Beryl. And I will tell you, the conversation did not go as Lady C expected. I think primarily because people who did not watch every episode of this series into Kamala were not quite
Hey, y'all to
understanding what
trip
we were
out, y'all.
uncovering.
This
There were all of these
conversation
people
crazy.
making response videos. I was going, you clearly did not watch everything that we're doing. We never said that Beryl did not exist. We always believed that Beryl existed. We simply did not believe that the woman that was presented in Kamala's book was her. We believed that this was a case of stolen identity. Essentially, there was a Beryl, but the woman that was being pictured was not the grandma, and they were playing funny business like commies do, switching identities. And it was strange that even though Kamala presented a picture of Grandma Beryl in the book, she didn't mention her at all in the book. What's up with that? You're just trying to blackify yourself. Well, Lady C likes research. Lady C was good on her word. She hosted Dorothy. So let's watch the first part of their conversation. This is Dorothy, again, the Jamaican woman who grew up and knew Grandma Beryl, Miss Beryl, personally. Take a listen.
Greetings from Castle Goring, from Mickey, Aurora, and from me. We have a special guest with us today, Dorothy Otti, who is an old friend of mine. She's Jamaican, and she used to know Miss Beryl very well. They grew up in the same village.
Well, I grew up in the village where Miss Beryl lived. She was a lot older than me, of course. And Miss Beryl was the grandmother of Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yes.
And she was just the most delightful lady. I have such fun memories of her. Excuse me. So there's a sweet that you have in Jamaica as a child or grown up.
Okay, let's add a little volume to this right quick. So they found this content creator over in I guess she's in the islands as well, Lady C, to your right, who Candace is playing, and to your left is someone that actually knows Kamala's grandmother, Miss Beryl. And it's what you're gonna find is that it's not the lady that she put in her book that was actually a black woman. It's actually a more lighter skinned lady that if you do the history, she's more Irish than she is black. But
and the cool part about this is that Lady C over here, she put this interview together with this woman as kind of like a see, all you haters, there is a Grandma Beryl, and
right.
she is real, and and I've got her friend sitting here right here next to me to explain everything you need to know about Grandma Beryl, and then watch what happens next. Watch what happens next.
Yeah. This is crazy, but I'm gonna let it play, man. Hey, shout out to Miss C over there.
Coconuts eat the sweet that's made from coconuts and caramelized sugar, and it's called a buster. Have you ever had?
Darling, in my day, it was called Bustamante Backbone.
Okay, so it was called a buster, and Miss Beryl had a shop, and in the mornings, my Uncle Cecil would take me by the hand. We'd go up the road for a walk, and on the way, everyone that goes past, it would be, "Good morning, Mas Cecil," and "How are you, Miss Dar?" And by the time we got to Miss Beryl's shop, she would either offer me a buster or this other delicious sweet called a paradise plum.
Yes, I remember paradise.
Yeah, but Miss Beryl, she was just so lovely. We would have these conversations as a little girl whenever I went past with Uncle Cecil, and it was always, "How are you doing with your books? Are you reading? Are you learning your times table?" Of course, she was a businesswoman, so she was very good at things like mathematics, of course. And she was, looking back now, you could see she was a trailblazer, because the shop that she had, she actually built it herself. And so we lived in a village, and her shop was the only, what you would call an upstairs, downstairs house. All the other houses were like bungalows on one level with
So let's be clear right quick. Like what she's describing, because I don't want people to lose context, is that this is not some poor black lady in Jamaica that's the narrative that Kamala was trying to paint. These people come from tall money. You know what I'm saying? And if you do the history on her father's side of the family, they actually owned slaves in Jamaica, thousands of slaves. So they come from a long lineage of wealth in their family. So she's kind of describing, and she's a lot, younger than Kamala's grandmother, but she remembers her grandmother as a child, and she's kind of describing like growing up on the same block and how they were.
gardens and stuff. I remember in our garden, we had gladiolas.
Sunny days call for Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea.
Here they go with the ad. My bad.
Made with real.
Skip that. Okay, here we go.
Okay, a couple of things flagged to me as interesting there. So she was really good at mathematics. Okay, so we're talking about a Black person. Again, this would not have been more than a couple of decades removed from slavery. And she was really good at mathematics, extremely well read, owned and operated a shop, and had the biggest house. I mean, what are we talking about? This doesn't feel like the correct kind of a Black story that I'm used to.
Definitely not. Definitely not. It does not sound like she was getting it out the mud like so many people did back in that time frame that were Black.
A couple of generations ago, you go back, most Black people have my grandparents' sharecropping farm. I mean, but who knows? I'm like, okay.
Oh yeah, sharecropping, maid duties, nanny duties, those types of things. Those were typically the jobs that Black people had during that time frame. My grandmother, herself, told me in her younger years she was a maid and she was a nanny, for a family back in the day.
Very clearly, though, we know she's telling the truth right away because this is a good fact check against what Donald Harris wrote when he wrote a story about their Jamaican heritage for Jamaican Online Global. And he talked about those bustas. He talked about him and his sister Enid and how they loved the bustas. I think he said it was around Easter time. So everything she's saying sounds correct. But it was this next part, that instantly let me know that this woman was the real deal, because she presents a detail, something that I know to be a fact that I had not ever presented to the public. Remember when I told you that I got on the phone with a family member of Kamala Harris? And that family member told me that Donald Harris had two siblings, Enid Harris, who I have spoken to you guys about, and another sibling who I had never mentioned. It was Beryl's son, and his name was Kenneth. And this woman starts speaking about the Kenneth that I had never mentioned, who would be Donald Harris's brother. Take a listen.
Was it a village or was it a hamlet? How many people would have been in it? How many houses? How many residents?
So at one time, everyone that lived there, was a village. There was probably about 80 or 90 people. But at one time, everyone that lived there was a relative of mine.
Really?
Yes.
What about Miss Beryl?
So this would have been before people such as Miss Beryl moved there. But before that, everyone who lived there, and even as a child growing up, most of the residents were connected in some way on my father's side, my grandfather's side, where they were all related. But Miss Beryl, my darling, also had a son. He was called Kenneth. And Kenneth had a motorbike, the equivalent of what we would now call a Harley Davidson. And of course, so at the time I would have been no more than 4 or 5. I'm not interested in what make your bike is. And he would put me on the front of the bike, whenever I came past with Uncle Cecil, and I would sit there and he would switch the engine on. And of course, looking back now, I realize the bike never moved, but he just held on to me. And I thought I was riding a bike, and I grew up absolutely loving motorbikes. He was very handsome.
Oh, Beryl must have had some money. Her son had.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. These are not poor people. These are not poor people at all. Now, I'm not saying that, all black people during that time frame, were poor people. I'm definitely not saying that. But in Jamaica, which is still a fairly poor nation, even in today's time, are you telling me that early 1900s, this lady had her son had a motorcycle that was the equivalent to a Harley Davidson? Sheesh.
The equivalent of a Harley Davidson. He was very handsome. He's got riding around on his motorbike. What are we talking about here? Like I said, this is when I knew that this woman was dialed in, because I had never spoken about Kenneth publicly, not for any particular reason. I just literally hadn't gotten around to it, as I've been collecting all of this evidence to present to the public on Kamala's family and looking into Enid and looking into Kenneth. So very interesting. Again, sounds like this.
So just to bring some more context to it, she they're basically illustrating the fact that they come from wealth, but the narrative that Kamala always perpetuates is, I come from this middle class. You hear her say that all the time in her speeches, but she comes from extreme amount of wealth, and even in her father's mother that they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? The one that's supposed to be her black side, quote unquote. This is his mother. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna let it continue. This get deep.
Beryl had a lot of money. It's just not giving the person that is pictured in Kamala's book. Now, of course, naturally, Kamala Harris then comes up in this conversation. And Dorothy keeps this same positive energy. She's very positive, right? She has a spirit about her. She has this fond memory, delightful. She's delightful in her approach about Beryl. And she's delightful in her approach about Kamala and Kamala's features. She really likes Kamala's facial features. I'll tell you why. Take a listen.
Before she goes, I'll say this too. Who remembers that much and in that vivid of detail things that happened when you were 4 or 5 years old? I mean, I remember a few things, but not like that. I mean, that's just me, but
Mm-hmm. And Miss Beryl, by the way, I see Vice President Harris on the box. I sit up straight and I think, my God, she looks so much like Miss Beryl. Her facial features, the only thing is Miss Beryl was much smaller in stature. But
well, okay, if Miss Beryl, because Kamala is very fair skinned,
right?
Was Beryl fair skinned?
Yes, she was.
She was.
Boom.
She was. She was fair skinned.
She was. Okay.
Yes, she was very fair skinned.
Very fair skin. So that couldn't have been the lady that she had posted in her book as her grandmother, because that lady wasn't fair skinned. But it's to go to
she
that.
Said very. She said very. She
very.
Yeah. She said very fair skin. She put emphasis on it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, she's trying not to say that she was white.
Really?
Yes.
Right.
Right.
So
Right.
she
Right.
was
Lou.
so
Right.
fair
Right.
skinned that now that I'm older and I can spot people by their skin coloring, etc. For me, I would say there was something Irish there.
How interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I would say somewhere along the
Lady
line, she would have had ancestors that were Irish. Yes.
Actually, can I show you a photograph?
Of course.
She gonna show a video.
Here it comes.
Yeah, she about
need to get a hold of this.
She gonna show the photo. I said video. She gonna show the photo of the picture that's in Kamala's book. That's supposed to be her grandmother. Now watch her reaction when she shows her the picture.
Yes.
And some people speculate that this is Miss Beryl.
Right.
So, sorry, Beryl.
That's okay.
I am so.
And the words of Bernie Mac. Watch her reaction.
Okay. Nah, that's not Miss Beryl.
Ah,
That's not Miss Beryl.
Definitely.
She said, "Hold up." She took one
yeah.
look. Hey, no, that ain't Miss Barrow.
Nah. Not even a, nope, just a
She didn't even
nah.
hesitate. She didn't even hesitate. She didn't even skip a beat. She wasn't even
Yeah.
hey, like in other words, in the hood, like they say, no,
Not
stop the
Miss
cap,
Beryl.
stop the cap.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be one diabolical individual to try to pull off something like people not able to fact check this, you know.
No,
And
no, you don't.
shout
You
out
don't.
to
You don't.
Candace Owens.
You don't even have to be diabolical anymore. The only thing that you got to be is in the CIA's hip pocket. They will handle the rest.
Say that.
That's who wrote her book.
Yep.
This is
What?
this
Not
is
Miss Beryl.
Justin
What?
Trudeau and Barack Obama 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Mhm.
Yep.
interesting. Very interesting.
Because we
But
all
you know
know.
she
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say we all know that Kamala's dumb as a stump. You know, we've seen plenty of evidence to support that theory. And so we're to expect that she's the one that came up with all of this phony biography, that she's the one that came up with, oh man, no, it wasn't her. It was somebody else. She's just doing what she's told. When we tell you to
uh-huh.
nod, Kamala, you do this. When we tell you to say no, Kamala, you do that.
A puppet, you know,
Yep.
a puppet. And this substantiates that, you know, because she couldn't have came up with this all on her own at all.
I kept saying she don't even want to run for president.
No, definitely not Miss Beryl.
Okay.
And I know what she looks like. I couldn't have been in a dream, and she definitely did not look like that.
There's another person, but could that be Miss Beryl?
No, that's not
That's
Miss
not
Beryl.
Miss Beryl
That's not
either.
Miss Beryl either.
Okay.
Don't know who that is.
Okay.
Hmm. Hmm.
Candace
Well, I mean,
is
when you
just
look at the
giddy.
picture that
And see, this is
Dave.
what I'm talking about. This is when she scares me, man. So can you imagine you're Candace's husband and you're in an argument with her and she does that? Oh shit, you need a pack.
I agree. She should definitely she might have missed her calling as a private investigator, man,
Right?
because she's doing a tremendous job, you know, breaking this whole debacle down. Shout out to Candace.
is in Kamala's book in comparison to what this lady described, a fair-skinned lady with black hair. Now, mind you, this is a black woman. If this was a black woman that she was talking about, I would assume that, yeah, she would just say, hey, this is a black woman. She wouldn't say fair skin. She wouldn't try to be politically correct by using the term fair.
That's not Miss Beryl. That ain't Miss Beryl. You know, as you were describing the fair skin and looking like Kamala, I was thinking this can't be the Miss Beryl grandma that's in Kamala's book. And clearly you see Lady C's going, wait, fair skin? What? Maybe is this? Nope, that's not Miss Beryl. I didn't dream. That's not Miss Beryl. Yeah, that sounds about right. You're saying Irish. And that's funny because Judge Joe Brown had a very distinct memory that Donald Harris told him that he was Irish and Hindu. And things are starting to add up, not in Kamala Harris's favor. And I don't know what to say here, ladies and gentlemen, other than I am truly, untypically speechless. I don't think I possess within me the adequate vocabulary to discuss my distaste for a woman who borrowed a black person for her autobiography so that she could secure the black vote.
Pro football has gone international, and the world's most fun and lively city should be next. Dublin, Ireland. Why?
The games are over 3 hours long.
A vision concocted by me and Jameson, two Irish legends with absolutely zero sway to make this happen.
Somebody in the comment section, did it make you feel a kind of way when Candace says, I cannot believe that Kamala Harris is the type of person that would borrow a Black person for her book to garner the Black vote?
Do you understand how fundamentally
Diabolical.
racist that is?
Yeah.
Do you
it's very racist and diabolical. I mean, it's insane.
understand how despicable that is? I mean, you have to be the worst kind of political vermin to borrow a Black person to put in your book to present to the public as your grandma, who definitively was not your white Irish grandma. Okay, I don't have the word. I need someone to throw me a thesaurus so I can find it. I need to expand my vocabulary to be able to legitimately express my disgust for Kamala Harris and my now general disgust for any person who supports this woman or from here on out purports that she is the first Black anything, okay? She is beyond despicable. This woman has no soul. You have to have no soul to do that. And if my instincts are correct, the person that she is showing is indeed someone she knows and is likely, like I said from the very beginning, the help. The help who would have taken on the name of the people who they worked for. It's very common. This is why you talk about having slave names. You take on the last name, the first name. When we saw that woman who was listed looking for a housekeeper position that said Beryl or Christy, it is my suspicion that this was the help, meaning this was likely the woman that was working for the wealthy Miss Beryl who was buying her children Harley Davidsons.
We could stop that right there, you know, and man, that just dispels any misconception that, you know, this lady has any validity. You know, it's over with. You know, shout out to Candace Owens for doing a tremendous job. But yeah, she clearly is not a Black person. So that argument is totally dispelled. Y'all got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, let me say this real quick for Nuclear. I know News want to jump in, and I'm gonna be real quick. Regardless of people's right to choose and to vote, however they see fit, I'm not even gonna touch that. What will make a person after that, hearing that, still consciously, purposefully, intentionally support and back someone who demonstrates that as your supposed leader of the United States of America and in one of the highest positions in this? I don't, and I'm not on this side or that side. I'm not on none of that. You know what I mean? I already said it earlier. I'm a believer. All of that. Should we stand up for our rights? Should we stand up for justice? Yes. Should we make our voices heard in our community that affects our yes. I'm under no delusion that a human with such despicable and deplorable ethics that don't even they lack can do that type of thing and say, I want to be your leader to represent this United States of America and be able to have foreign relations across the. I don't understand who could still get behind that. I'm just laying it out on the table. I yield back. Let me go ahead and jump the gate.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Mika, you got any thought?
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think for the most part, a lot of people like we listen to Candace Owens, but I'm just afraid that this message will not get out to a lot of the Kamala supporters. because a lot of them don't follow Candace Owens. You notice Candace only have a audience that aligns with either conservative or, you know, you just conservative, you know. But I that's what I'm afraid of, and I just piggybacking off of what Brother Muse said. Like, I think, to be honest with you, people just don't care. Like, if you notice, even if it comes out, which a lot of the things of her not being black, they don't care. It's all about now. A lot of her votes are coming from like women feeling empowered. You know, you have men that will vote for her too, but they would literally just throw that aside and say, we don't care. And that's the type of. It's sad that we're living in such a world where people don't think, they don't care, they don't have morals, they don't care. It's like I would just vote for this person because I just don't like this person, regardless if this person has been such. This person has really affected the black community in such a way by when she was a DA and the things that she has done. They don't care. I'm just afraid, like this video, because I seen someone said something about Trump that Trump needs to see. I'm sure he has seen that particular video when it comes to Kamala, but I'm afraid that a lot of other people would not, because they don't follow Candace, and a lot of people, they be on YouTube, but we don't care, because you know what people will say, they just lying. People don't even think. It could be right there in their face, and they would still say that Candace is just lying because she doesn't like Kamala. They just, it's just kind of sad the way the brainwashing is. And I just think, she is, the facts are there. I've been saying that from the beginning that there's something about her. Like I didn't buy into that. And had we probably known a lot of this stuff, even what she's been digging into Obama too, it would surprise you. But people voted for him because it wasn't the technology wasn't as advanced as it is now. So people was just still looking at the media and different things like that, but she's uncovering things with Obama. So it ain't even like, I don't think I think these politicians don't think that people are just smart enough or just like, let me just dig this deep to see what it is. And Candace just happened to be the one, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And hey, sis, anybody want to weigh in right quick?
Yeah, real quick, man. I mean, cause I think I'm going to help make your day, because I was just sitting here reviewing Candace's channel on YouTube where she's demonetized, and on Rumble. And so just 2 weeks ago is when she broke the story with I spoke with Kamala's uncle. Just so you know, there are 3.6 million views
Woo!
on
Woo!
YouTube alone for that
Wow.
Wow.
video.
Wow.
Okay. And so that's not even including Rumble. And now
Mm.
she's since done another video, and then the most recent video that she just watched, which went out yesterday, has already got 600,000 views on YouTube and another 300,000 views on Rumble, and it's only 24 hours old. And so
Woo!
between that kind of
Mm.
traction and
Mm.
just people like us just sitting around and talking about it, and then going
Mm-hmm.
about and talking about it to somebody else, because
Right.
you're going to find that knucklehead that doesn't believe, just like she said,
Right.
I don't believe,
Right.
that's just bullshit. All right, well, let's sit down and watch this video. If you still think it's bullshit, then I'll give you $1, whatever it takes.
Right. Yeah, that's good news. That's good. That's good, brother. That's good. Wow. Wow. Like,
And
hey,
so
the Jay-Z said, Brother Clark, men and women can lie, but numbers don't.
Numbers don't lie.
Mm-mm. They
Now I'm
don't lie. But you know what? I was thinking, and you right about that, because she does have Rumble and she has a big audience. So it's really, it's not surprising to me with like the amount of views because Candace is really she brings a lot of her channel. I've been following her for some years now,
But I mean,
and
look at the leap though, because you can tell that the word is getting out and it's an organic thing. Because if you look at her videos before that, she averages between 350K views per episode, to 500K views, depending on what she's talking about. And then boom, she starts talking about Kamala and digging up the dirt, jumps to 3.6 million views. And so the word
Woo!
is definitely getting out
mhm,
because that's outside of the margin of error, as they like to say.
Mm. That's
yeah,
good. Mm.
yeah.
Wow.
I be on some TikTok channels and I follow a couple people that has been talking about it and they were talking about it today. And it was just listening at the people, the Kamala Harris supporters, like they're so blind, like they don't care about it. That's what I'm
Right.
saying. A lot of people, they just don't care. When they have their mind made up. Now
Yep.
for those people that are on the fence, maybe that are independent, you know what I'm saying? They're on the fence. Well, now that could probably sway. But the ones that are just like just diehard
Blue no
left
matter what.
liberals,
Yeah.
yes, they don't care. And I was just surprised because the two platforms that I was on today, and they were basically they didn't play this particular because there's a lot of videos that a lot of bloggers are taking and they're using this clip to kind of get the message out, but they didn't care. They skip all over that. And the thing is, what people don't understand is they keep saying, well, it doesn't matter about her color. No one ever made it about color. She
She did.
did. They did. She did. So when she made it about color, the point that's being made now is no one cares. But the fact of the matter is, you're lying. If you're lying about this, what else will you lie about when we can't even trust you
Exactly.
to put you in office? So
That's
now people are like, for
that's
those, so I think for those that's on the fence, this will probably push them on over to say, wait a minute, she's something ain't right because and I don't think I'm gonna cast my vote here, but those like they don't care. They don't
Right.
care because they're bullheaded, and when their mind is made up, because again, mind you, half of the women ain't vote for her because you got some of them. Oh, she AKA, but some of them ain't. You got a lot of them. Well, because she's a woman. A lot of women, we're in this era of empowerment. You understand, women and just the women. They don't care about nothing else. They don't care about none of the laws that's being passed. It's just the fact that she's a woman and she's empowerment, and that's the thing that I'm like,
dangerous.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
Right.
Like that's very dangerous because you're not. Let me ask you a question. When this country was initially founded by our forefathers, brother, New, help me out on this. Make sure I'm on the right track. What pillars of foundation? What is initially it was founded on? That when you look at the day to piggyback off what Sister Mika said, have gotten away from those principles.
The
Now, I'm not
one
telling about you decide to pick.
the
Go
one
ahead, brother.
that's the one that sticks in my mind, all right,
Mm-hmm.
and right or wrong, because that's actually, man, that is really a hard question, because just like the
Mm-hmm.
Civil War, there's a lot
Mm-hmm.
more to it than what people talk about. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
but the thing that sticks in my mind, the biggest thing is taxation without representation. And where it applies specifically to this is that all this bullshit that we've heard about Kamala, all the lies, all the books, all the television speeches and everything else, guess who's paying for all that shit?
yep,
Mm.
We're paying for all that shit. That ain't coming out of her pocket. Guess who's paying the CIA to make up all this bullcrap about her background? Guess who's paying the FBI to cover her ass and then persecute Trump at the same time? Guess who's paying to hide the cocaine in the White House? Guess who's paying for two dudes to go onto the congressional floor and cornhole each other? We're paying for all this stuff. And it drives me nuts. And these people forget that's the reason the whole thing started. Because everybody's sending all their money, their hard-earned money, back to England. And what are they getting for it? Nothing. And we are heading back in that direction again.
Exactly. And you know, in the midst of all of this confusion, um, we seen Barack Obama, come out and we talked about him addressing black men earlier in the live. And Kamala Harris, you know, I guess under pressure had to come out with some type of plan for specifically for black men to say she has some type of policy in place. And I just want to share this plan and shout out to Mika. She sent this to me. Shout out to I Am Her sent this to me as well. Um, and it was 5 pivotal points to the plan, and I have them here. I'm trying to make it bigger so everybody can see. I don't know if I made it big enough, but let me see if I can make it a little bigger. I don't think I can.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Okay. So we can go over this 5-step plan that she has, and it's so insulting to say the least. It says, okay, Harris Walls policy. Kamala Harris will create an opportunity agenda for black men out the blue. Now, all of a sudden, they want the black men vote so bad. Number 1, provide 1 million loans that are fully forgivable up to 20,000, up to 20K for black entrepreneurs and others. Keynote others to start a business. Once again, the first agenda, a policy on her agenda is to provide 1 million loans that are fully forgivable up to 20,000. So say you want to start your business and your business is it may take 20K, right? To start a business. Depending on what kind of business you want, that's debatable.
Yeah, really. And the only business that I can come up with that you could actually start for 20K would be to go mow lawns.
Yes.
And I think that's up to. I think it's up to, right?
Up to. So it may be 5K that's approved for
exactly.
The fine print that she doesn't illustrate here is, up to.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And then there's more fine print that she doesn't illustrate, and that is she has no way to pay for it. She has no way to pay for this program that she has suggested. That has to be approved by Congress, and I can guarantee you it is not going to fly.
No, they're not going to approve that. That is that agenda right there is her first agenda. Like when you come out with with an agenda and you have a 5-step policy point, PowerPoint, for this to be number 1 is an insult. You know what I'm saying?
And she's been asked directly, how are you going to pay for this program without the approval of Congress? And you know what her response was? They're just going to have to approve it.
She can't even answer the question.
No.
She can't even break it down in the details.
I don't even know why they try to ask her a question. She never answers it. She's not going to
never. Sure don't, Brother Muse. She sure don't.
Trust me, y'all. Trust me. I don't want to get into it because that ain't that's y'all thing. That ain't my lane. But I can touch here and there and add some, value to the platform.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wait till we get to the cryptocurrency one. I'm just going to go off.
Right. Okay. Let me say this. Please hear me when I say this, and I don't mean no disrespect to disagree with none that's being said. This woman not slow, man. She purposely.
I believe it.
I'm not gonna answer that. She can't. And she started talking. Oh man, when they said the skeleton started coming out the you know what I mean? I said like this. She is leaning toward, I want to be careful how I say this because that's still our vice president. She is leaning toward crafty, wickedly, with a with a hidden agenda that would impact. Say it like this. Some of you might not have been on it. Nephew Vi had a last 24-hour live that he did a couple of months ago. And we were talking about Mr. Kelly's case. We were on the subject of the New York trial with Judge and Donald. Had enough of different people that was involved, so that was really strategic how he gave each individual certain people to comment like 2 things on. And he went around, you know, brother Jeff was there. He spoke on some people. You understand? The person that he gave me, regardless of what people think, I would have never even thought of them and would have even shied away from that. But because of how good Vi is and how he listens real good, he knew who to give the person to comment on. And he gave me Demetrius Smith, aka as we call jokingly Chapter 7, and he gave me also and Donald comment on, which kind of, I was taken back by that because I didn't see that coming. So I commented firstly on Demetrius Smith. Then when it came back around, nephew said, okay, now let me see what I'm gonna get because I know how like, you know. And so he gave me and Donald. And this is what I start off to say. I said, I'm gonna say these 2 things, and then I'm going to let it speak for itself, and then we can go from there. I said, when he gave me her, this is how I describe her. White supremacist appointed. Then I unpacked it and gave my perspective of what I was talking about on there. You have to be a person so removed from how this country of the United States was originally founded by our forefathers. You have to be so dark in your soul that you can get on the national forum to be running for that high position and talk like that, deflect like that, not ever answer a direct question, not even give me simple terms that's going to affect my retirement, my social security, my medical, you know what I mean, for all ethnicities. You know what I mean? And you got to be, something got to be wrong with you within to do that. You know what I'm saying? So it speaks to me of where your heart is, where your character is do you lack any principle? Do you have any principle standards? You know what I mean? That you have a care about. I don't see it. I don't see it. That's wicked. That is so removed from principles and moral standards that as a leader that governs across all cultures and communities and ethnicities. And you talk, I don't get that. I don't see how you can get behind that. But like Sister Mika say, and I'm going to yield back, what Sister Mika was saying, you have to be so locked in under the deception that you are told how to feel and believe about another person and hate them to such a degree, like I said by Ann Donnelly, even for the sake of the bench, to go over every accusation brought before you, to just say off the cuff, oh, I was going to give you 30 years before you came in here. You have to be the dark side of Lucifer to have that type of heart like that. And to be running for president of the United States of America. To really recycle and really get back to what the founding fathers initially had in mind to get, man, I got to yield back. It's getting too deep for me.
Man, that the highest position in the land. You know what I'm saying? And this is your plan. And off top, policy number one is a no-go. Thumbs drop down for that policy. And I think we all can agree. I mean, when you look at it, when you talk about giving out loans to black people in America, or any people in America for that matter, and you have, I thought it was very disrespectful because this is a loan. So something that people got to pay, even if they get approved for the highest amount, 20K, $20,000, when you have given 26.3 billion
Mm,
to
mm,
Asian Americans,
mm.
you know,
I'm saying
that's an
spread the
insult, and that can be verified that she did that. So when people talk about she don't have no power, but she sure gave Asian Americans
mm.
in America $26.3 billion. That was not a loan. It was nothing that had to be paid back. It was nothing that you had to apply for. It was given just because they were Asian. So
Now, brother, let me ask you this. The president and the vice president, are they in a position? I'm just going to ask a real simple question. Please forgive me. I'm not trying to start nobody intelligent. Are they both in a position of power? We ain't got to unpack it. Can we all disagree they have a position of power?
yes.
Okay, that they hold in that position, in that title, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it is my belief that we all got access to it. Everybody knows. If you don't, you get college and school and all of that. What surrounds that power? I'll wait. Because my point is, Brother Clark, and I yield back, what surrounds that power is really the real power.
Say that. Oh yeah. That's why.
Did you hear?
Go
Uh-oh.
ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Did you hear where she so she had a rally yesterday, and there were some attendees that came, and they shouted out, Jesus is Lord. And do you know, she said, she stopped and she said, you guys are
Yes.
at the wrong rally. She said,
Yes.
I think you must have meant to go to the smaller one down the street.
Hold fast, sis. For the people that's in the back that may not heard what our sister, our queen Mika just said. Somebody at her rally the other day, I think it was yesterday, said
Yeah,
Jesus is Lord. And she said, you at the wrong rally with that. You need to go to the other rally. Because we
sure
ain't
did.
rocking with that. Wait a minute now. What have we been saying? These people are
Hmm.
against the word of God. And the
Absolutely.
foundational fathers of this nation have
Hmm.
built this nation on the word of God.
Exactly.
So for you to say you at the wrong rally, go on to the other one, because somebody said Jesus is Lord. I don't know if you even in the wrong. I don't know if you in the right country for running for any type of office. Because the foundational fathers of this nation made it crystal clear. One nation under God. I'm just saying. Now, with that being said, we could go to her second policy on this agenda. And note what it says again: Kamala Harris will create an opportunity agenda for black men. Now, we just went through the whole $1 million loans that are fully forgivable up to 20K for black entrepreneurs. We see that's a bunch of malarkey. Policy 2, support education training and mentorship programs that lead to good paying jobs for black men, including pathways to become teachers. So I don't think this is a bad policy by far. Um, if you want to support education, training, that's good. Membership program, mentorship programs, and pathways to become teachers. On the surface, it sounds good. Um, but I don't know how many black men right now are that are teachers. Because I got my cousin, me and him are the same age, and here in Chicago, he's a teacher. Both of my parents were educators in Chicago public school system. And for what teachers go through, trying to be educators, when you're a teacher, you're more than just a teacher. You're a mentor. You're somewhat of an assistant parent. I watched my parents go through a lot. Being in the school system in Chicago, I remember going with my mother and my father to different, and they worked in the worst neighborhoods in Chicago as school teachers. A lot of the students to this day I come across, they remember my parents. They say, "Oh yeah, you was Miss Taylor or Mr. Taylor's son." Yeah, you. I used to go. I used to be a teacher's aide with my parents. We'll be in Inglewood. We'll be in back of the yards. My parents, they taught in the worst neighborhoods in Chicago, in the projects. You know what I'm saying? I'll be with my mama, and my dad, and they were very underpaid for what they had to deal with, dealing with people, children. So I do appreciate that policy just on the strength of that. But I would like to ask, what's the fine print behind that? Because you say support education training. They already been trained the teachers are not the problem as far as training. They're willing to train and lead, and they're willing to be mentors. But you said that lead to good paying job. That's not a job. That's a career, first of all, for black men, and
And
including pathways to become teachers. Go ahead, bro.
and of the points that she's got here, that one actually has the most potential. I don't know if you heard the air quotes there, because I mean, if if this woman, oh my goodness, it's really not that difficult. Okay, is anybody familiar on the panel or even in the chat with a man by the name of Mike Rowe?
No, I'm not familiar.
I'm
Okay,
not.
well, have y'all ever seen a show called Dirty Jobs?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
Okay,
yeah.
remember that.
that
Yeah,
that is Mike Rowe. Okay, and he is a huge proponent of technical schools, of vocational schools, of things of that nature. Don't go out and blow $250,000 on a university degree so that you can go make friendship bracelets in your mother's basement, with your gender studies freaking diploma hanging on the wall. Go out and go to these vocational schools and learn how to work in a factory, learn how to solder, learn how to do HVAC. These are the kinds of things, and that's why I say that of the ones that she's got here, that one had the most potential, but she's not smart enough to know what that potential is, and she doesn't
Mm,
surround she doesn't surround herself with people that do.
right, right. She
Because every
doesn't.
one of those pukes back there that's running the show for her, they're all, university graduates. They all sat in a class for one semester and got credit for, watching freaking Beatles movies or whatever. It's stupid.
Exactly. And that's my biggest criticism towards her. Like, you she tried to perpetrate like she's um in the mix more. Her herself needs an introduction to American society.
Yeah,
You
my
know, and
goodness.
how it really operates. You
Because
know
I
what I'm
mean,
saying?
yeah, because what would it have even cost her to go into Brooklyn, all right, and find somebody who's struggling, somebody who's working, somebody who's they haven't made it yet. Every time they try to get ahead, or something comes and punches them in the face. How hard would it be for her campaign to find that person and add them to the campaign as like a taste tester and say, nah, chick, if you do that, it's going to smell really bad. So you should not do that. You know what I'm saying? It's not
Mm-hmm.
that difficult, but she's surrounded by all these people who haven't got a damned idea what it was like to be a slave or a slave owner or even somebody who had to work in the middle class. They all went
Mm-hmm.
to school, they all got their internship, they all said and did the right things in order to get inside a, Kamala's circle or whatever, but what do they actually know?
Mm-hmm.
And
No
I know
experience.
she got money, so go out and find these people and surround yourself. She might even learn something from them.
Mm-hmm. Say that. Yes.
Mm.
Say that. Now,
Before you go to the point, brother,
go,
just before you go to the next point, you can go to the
go
next
ahead,
point,
bro.
but
Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
keep on reiterating this, and it's gonna click. I know it's clicking. The President of the United States of America and the VP are both in a position of power for the United States of America. However, the power that surrounds that position is the real power.
And you know what that power
There
is?
you go.
Wait, let me finish this. Let me finish this. Now, the power that surrounds them, who are they in alliance with that put them in that position? What resources of wealth got them in that position? Were they able to be in a position of power that surrounds power, that affect your very household, your community, your health care, your education, your retirement fund, your 401k? You heard of
Mm-hmm.
the Jesuits? I know everybody had to have them. They control the planet. They run everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
I ain't
Power,
talking about. I'm not talking about
power.
risk. I'm talking about power and wealth
Yeah, that's
that put
that's
these
all of
leaders
that
in
is
positions around power.
that's our
That's
money.
what it's supposed to be. I yield back.
It's our money. That's where they get the power. From our tax dollars is
Mhm,
where they get the power.
mhm. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I think that's not a bad policy by far. I'm being objective. I just
Mhm,
would like to get a little bit more information. I think we all agree on that. Number three on her 5-step policy: protect cryptocurrency investments, so black men who make them know their money is safe. What?
Hmm.
This is the biggest load of crap on this
I
earth.
see the same thing. That's the same. Go ahead, Noobs, because I said the same thing when I heard
Yeah.
that. Oh,
Yeah. And so I don't know how much you want to delve into this, but just know that the not just the Democrats, there are dudes on both sides that are part of the machine, okay,
mhm,
that
mhm,
want control of
mhm,
cryptocurrency.
mhm,
They don't want, and the SEC has been head to head with every crypto token maker, every exchange, everything else, because they want control. They want
mhm,
to get rid of the dollar and make their own centralized cryptocurrency that everybody has to use. So every penny that you spend can be tracked and monitored and just turned off or taken away from you if they so choose.
Yeah, you won't be able to buy or sell, Sister Mika. You know where I'm at. I'm gonna leave it alone right there. I'm gonna yield
Yep.
back, brother.
The
That's what this is
security.
coming down to. This
ahead,
ain't
brother.
about no politics.
Right.
Hit me, hit me.
It's
This
about
ain't about no
control.
politics. That's what that's coming down to.
Yep.
You, I'm gonna say it this way. On one side, you have to break sum up everything I said. You have on one side secularism and atheism. You got that on one side. You already know what's saying about it slow. However, on the surface, you have apostate Protestantism. Mm. You've gotten away from what the founding fathers initially established. So yeah, you got the other side say, "Oh, you're talking about us being atheism and you know secularism," but hey, y'all ain't really about what y'all really say y'all about neither. So how you gonna call the kettle black?
Exactly.
See? So my point is, what will it take for both sides to settle all of that and come together? And they say, one nation under God. But what God are you referring to? It's gonna have to take a miracle. It's gonna have to take a miracle for these two sides to finally come together.
It's just not going to happen, man.
Yeah, I'm just speaking. I'm no disrespect to you, but I mean, I know where your head, I know where your heart is at, and I know where your principles are. I'm speaking from another faith base, so just indulge me with all due respect and humility, my brother. With all due respect and humility, if you look at history, the Babylonian kingdom, if you look at Greece, what happened to who overthrew them? When you look at Medo Persia, this is in the history book. We can put the Bible to the side. This history I'm talking about, this history that's been on the planet. Who overthrew them? When you talk about what Rome did, the Dark Ages, when you talk about the papacy, when you talk about pagan Rome and papal Rome, that's what I'm speaking of. It's going to take a miracle. It's going to take a miracle for all these different people of atheism, secularism, other Protestants, Catholic, Muslims, all of that, Hindus. It'll take a miracle for them to come together. For someone to see something before their naked eye. Oh, yeah. Wow. That will change the heart and come together. It's in history. I mean, history does repeat itself. And I do believe if you really read with an open heart, and I get back on this point, Revelation 13 is talking about the United States of America. And I'll let that breathe and yield back. Respectfully and humbly. Thank you, Brother Clark. Let me get that out.
It's a a a good thing to think about that the possibility even exists. But I'll say it like this: if we are all standing on the surface of the earth and we are watching the meteor from hell coming at us, and we know that in, let's say 48 hours, the entire earth is just going to be just demolished. Even at that very moment, there are going to be people on rooftops, singing their praises to whatever, pagan god, deity, devil. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I say it's like, man, it would be nice, and it is nice to, but with human nature just being the way that it is, and it's even a parallel. It's not just a face thing. There are or a faith thing. There are people out there that just flat refuse, and this, the things that are right in front of their face.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to just stay on subject, and because this is um this is her policy presentation, and I want to run through it. I don't want to dwell on it too long. We want to run through this and get to the next subject. But this policy, these policies rather, under this agenda was specifically um, directed towards black men. Because she's in so just to put it in proper context, she's in desperation for the black vote for some reason in her brain. They think that they have to pander to black men on this, and this is for it to be your 5 step. Number 3, you already lost us. Number 1 was weak. Number 2 was okay. Number 3, cryptocurrency investments. Um, so that who is what black men are sitting up here talking about? Oh, my crypto account is. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. So she just threw something out there. That's the insulting part. You know what I'm
And it's
saying?
actually been cooking for a little while, but we don't need to get into all of that. They're
Right.
using it as a crutch to justify things that they're again spending our money on.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Exactly. So, it's just a pandering tactic. Number 4, launch a national health initiative focused on the illnesses that disproportionately impact black men. How? Lord have mercy.
Now, I will give you this, and it's not just a black men thing. It's an everybody who is a human being thing. And
It
that
should
is
be everybody.
exactly. Processed food is killing us. Vegetable oil is killing us. Estrogen is killing us.
Now,
Soy,
news.
you know?
Thank you. Now, what does who does Trump have in his arsenal that is direct? And I know you're gonna answer this correctly. Who does Trump has in his arsenal that is directly attacking this? That was a Democrat.
It
Mm.
is the Make America Healthy Again guy. Who was that?
RFK.
RFK.
Okay.
Yep,
Thank
there you
you.
go.
Thank you. So this to me was a stretch to go ahead and counterattack RFK.
I think
Launch
you're
a
right.
national health initiative focused on no. RFK is already on the scene, and he was a former Democrat. Come on, the Kennedys. You
Yep.
got a Kennedy that has endorsed Donald Trump. So shout out to RFK. And he was running for president under the independent ticket, and he decided to go ahead and just
Right.
join forces with Donald
Right.
Trump, and shout out to another major powerhouse in the Democratic Party, Tulsi Gabbard. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Man, Trump has such a
Don't forget about
dream
Elon
team.
Musk. Don't forget about
And
Elon
don't
Elon Musk.
forget
Musk.
about Byron Donalds neither.
Oh yeah. I
That joke could
mean,
be cooking too.
Vivek Ramaswamy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
When I saw Elon Musk endorse him, I said, "Oh, they did not see that
Yep.
coming."
oh yeah, when he got
Mm-hmm.
Elon, oh my God.
I
Elon
He
said,
wants to
got
go down to 99 agencies.
"Yeah,
yes, yes. So this particular policy is a joke. Launch a national health initiative focused on their illnesses that disproportionately get. When I looked at in the fine print, she was talking about sickle cell and just it was just crazy.
You know,
And
she would spend $100 million and at the end of it tell you to stop smoking menthol cigarettes.
exactly.
She have that up there at number 4? How can she have that up as number 4? And that's still an issue in this nation with homelessness.
Thank you.
Come on, stop the cap. Stop the
This
cap.
this doesn't even scratch the surface of what
Stop the
we're
cap.
dealing with. Not
You not even
with
giving
not with her current administration is the contributor factor to illegal immigration,
Yeah.
inflation.
Yeah.
When we talk about border control, we could talk about the economy. We could talk about food prices. You're in office right now. Why
Forget about
haven't you?
Brother Crust. There's grocery stores closing down, bro.
Yes, absolutely.
You ever seen a grocery store in the major neighborhood that is needed? Just all of a sudden, the super, the soul, what's the Save for Less in Chicago, Illinois? I don't know.
Oh
What
yeah,
the,
Save a Lot has
yeah,
one by my mom house just closed down. The Save a Lot closed down.
I go in Walgreens, bro. They empty, bro. Pretty much the shelves and the freezers are empty. Can't find almond milk. I'm like, whoa. Administration, bro.
Yeah, yeah, and people are seeing the effects of this, and
Yeah.
so you talk for you to for Kamala Harris to sit up here and talk about national health initiative is a joke. That disproportionately it disproportionately at this point affects all Americans. So
There
that
you
ain't
go.
just no black man thing. You know what I'm
There you go.
saying?
See, that's that
So
little slick thing to try to get the men folk, because I know they a major contributor. I gotta get that's the man. Stop the ooh, man.
man,
I
and
just think even as a politician, everything about this agenda is racist. I don't care what everything about it is just flat out racist. Because why would you just like you're pandering for let me do this and opposed to the other races. Let me just like this is really that's what when I was talking to Jeff, I'm like everything about this is just so racist. I say, and it's to the point where it just reminds me of like a mother that has 2 children. Okay, she has a new husband. Her last child belonged to her husband. The first child, she's abandoned. She doesn't have anything to do with them. She's basically throwing them away until this first child is a life-saving measure for her. Meaning, oh well, I need it. The doctor tell her she may need a kidney. Okay, well that child is a match. Okay, I've written out my will and everything, and in my will I've left everything to my favorite. You understand? The other child, I'm not really worried about them. I'm just not too much worried about them. But because I need this child right now, and this child, my life is dependent upon this one child that I've abandoned. You understand? Now I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna rewrite my will and just put the car in here. A car, just give my first child the car, the old car that I've used. Like that's what I think of this agenda. Because you wasn't concerned about black men. You didn't care about black men. But now that you need a black man, and you're a lifesaver for me to put, and I need your vote to get in office, this is what I'm going to just throw out there.
exactly. It was just let me throw something together real quick to try to because I know I need the black vote. So let me put something together. It was a rush job. And you could tell it
Right.
was a rush job because these agendas don't address black men or any other man for that matter in America. We worried about we worried about the economy, inflation, black men, white men, Mexican men,
All
yellow men,
men.
red men. Everybody is worried about three big issues in America right now. And Donald Trump has been delivering the message on all of those issues, and the Democratic Party has been failing to do so. So, fifth and final, and we done with this. This is the worst to me, in my personal opinion. Legalize, and also the most racist. Legalize recreational marijuana and create opportunities for Black Americans to succeed in this new industry. Get the sugar honey iced tea out of here.
Boy, you ain't gonna change your vote? Come on. I mean, really.
But you know what? You know what's so offensive, y'all? I think Trump laid out his Agenda 47. He ain't changed nothing. The
Right.
fact that you lay out something in your policy and then you want to come back and include this and that lets me know right there when you running for office, it should be what it is. You understand? Your agenda should be for all people. But it's like for me, I think that her agenda now and what she has rolled out, I think more people, if anything, Trump has gained more votes from the Black community. That's my opinion. Because I think that this was just so sloppy what she done. And it's like everything they do is just sloppy. It's just sloppy. And I was telling Jeff the other day, I'm like, bro, it just seems like now everything is just, I never knew how sloppy the Democratic Party could be until go ahead, their work can be.
Yeah.
Until they're backed up in a corner. It's like they're backed up in a corner and I gotta pull out everything I can to hope it stick. And it's just not sticking. And it's not sticking because people are now more engaged. They're woke now. They're not stuck anymore. And they cannot stand that. And it's literally like, let me just throw this out there. Let me throw that out there and just see if it'll stick. If it sticks, hopefully. Now you got Usher out here. They got Usher now in Atlanta, okay, that is supposedly now in support of Kamala. And I'm saying to myself now, what men align with Usher? I'm just saying. I can see if you had Usher out there speaking to the women, and the reason I'm saying this is because there's more women that go to his concert and that are men like his music, but they're not gonna Usher. You bringing him to speak to us? Like Usher, for one, Usher, Barack, or nobody else can never. They may be a black man, but they don't have the black man problems. You understand? So for you to get them to come out to speak on the behalf, well, Usher he got a whole shelf. You understand that cooks his food. How could you? It's the things that they're doing now that I look at and I'm saying, like, this is really like sloppy work. Just sloppy.
Absolutely.
I'm done.
But sis, I have a question. So I with the agenda, with her coming up with this last agenda, adding this to her plan, you got to know that they had a meeting. It goes back to what you said, Muse. Um, when these people have a meeting behind the meeting, you see the face of something, but you know there's something else going on behind that something. And these people have had these meetings, so now they've stated to themselves, okay, well, we got to throw some recreational marijuana out there. And then I had Jeff and sis laughing. I said, y'all, if y'all don't bite the recreational marijuana, they gonna tell y'all they gonna throw y'all some food stamps next. I promise you, they gonna give y'all some free food stamps. I said, and that's just how weak they think we really are as a people. But at the end of the day, out of all of that, out of all of that, where I am so grateful and thankful is the fact that our young black men, the young black men, have taken a stand and letting the world know you can say what you want to say, you can do what you want to do, and they smoke marijuana, and they're like, we don't care, we're gonna smoke marijuana whether you give it to us or not, we're gonna do what we're gonna do anyway. But at the end of the day, you're still not getting our vote, because we've seen, and we're seeing what you about right now. You're not doing anything now. You're talking about what you're gonna do. And if I am looking at what you're gonna do down the line and you're not doing anything now, that makes me just as crazy as you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Nisi,
I
you're
mean,
forgetting one thing,
What's that?
and that
what's that?
is the significance of the passage of time. Because the passage of time is significant. And so that makes your entire argument null and void.
Shut up, Noobs. Get off of the fucking.
Hey, Noob's a fool with it, man.
He is. Noobs is. Oh
Dude,
my God.
I'll tell you
That
what, Nisi and I should have grown up together. I'm just going to say that. Because, man.
we
Oh,
we should
snap.
we it feel like it. It does feel like it. I'm telling you, it does feel like it. But I'm telling y'all, this here, we ain't no if, ain't no was, none of that. We got this here in the bag, as she states. She got it. I'm sorry, y'all can come up here with some craziness if you want to. It ain't gonna end well for you. I promise you. It's not going to end well for you, because we already know we won this thing. We have won. This is it.
But you know
We've
I
what,
want to
won.
too?
throw.
I think that let me tell you one thing too. I think right now, I've never seen so many different races that's coming together,
I
you
know,
know,
Mm-hmm.
right?
and I'm saying that's really coming together, and they cannot
Yes.
stand it. They
I
can no
know.
longer use, they can no longer use the race tactic and, oh, he is this and it's
He
that, and it's to
racist and all
yeah,
that
it's to
race
it's
crap.
to where now you notice, y'all. I told you this. I was like, bro, watch. It's about to be around election time. It's gonna be a cop, a cop killing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because I said around this time, if you notice, y'all, that's what really keeps us apart as well. The things
Mm-hmm.
with the cops, I don't agree with the things that they show on TV, but I say they never show within the statistics. It's more other races that's being killed by the cops than just black. Why do they keep
Exactly.
showing this? So now people are starting to wake up, and the media is starting to lose the views and the ratings, and everything is going down. So now, I mean, because like I was saying, in my hometown, like we had that bad hurricane. It was all types of races coming together to help each other. Nobody
That's what
looked at
they
the
do
fact
here
because
in
you this
Houston.
color. Nobody
Mm-hmm.
look because you Hispanic, or you this color, you that color. We all bleed red in the eye. We all bleed the same color, and people are starting to see that now, and they can no longer run off of that. And that is really playing a huge part in this election,
But that's the
because no
Absolutely.
matter
Democratic Party way have always been their way, and we're actually now seeing how dirty they've been playing for the longest. They've been, and I think I told y'all this here before. When I heard Donald Trump say "wow" to Oprah Winfrey, when with all of the negativity that she had to say about this man, that man probably saying to himself, I hope all of them ain't like this here, because this here woman here, I just can't believe she's out here saying this about me. And I got the letter showing that she wanted me to run as president and she be my vice. When did I become such a horrible person?
not only that, you just left from my house. I just fed you.
Thank
I
you.
fed
I
you
just,
and everybody else. So now, but it goes to show you how they, once that man decided to run for president, and he did
yeah,
not run as a Democrat. all this stuff. Oh, he's this, he's that. And they forget that people keep receipts. That's why people have been awoke too, because they're able to go back and see what Trump has done for people. Like I
And the
say, they
same
never.
thing with Kamala. They showed what she's saying, that she was not going to she was going to abandon fracking. And then all of a sudden, and no, I never said that. You can go back on my and see where I've never said that. Lady, are you crazy? You did say that. Just say you changed your mind, but you said that.
That's why people can respect JD Vance so much, because um they asked him, like, hey, when it came down to Trump, he was like, yeah, because I listened to the media. He took accountability for the things that he said about Trump, because he was gonna have to face that, and people ask those questions. But for her, she never admits to anything that she's done. Like, would you change anything? Is there anything that you would do now to change, as far as when you running for president, when you get in office, that you could? She said she couldn't think of nothing, as if everything is running smooth. So in so many words, just like Brother Muse said, she know what she's doing. She's not answering any questions. I think she is a little smarter than what they put her out to be. I think it's just one of the things where she's not answering any questions, because she's not making a change. I said before, when the reason within her policies, I said she ain't got no policies because she's going to go off the Biden policy. She's not changing anything. And that's exactly what she's gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
I said earlier, Sister Mika, I mentioned the example um, of the portrait, and I didn't say the words yet, but News helped us out and said the picture behind the picture. The word that I was coming up with by describing that whole scenario was discernment. Whatever person want to vote, whatever your policy concerns, hey, that's between you and your faith and God, whoever you believe in, Buddha, whoever. But discernment is key in all this foolery, because you got to understand, when Trump came on the scene, man, I wish I could remember this person, Brother Cross, that was on Shannon Sharp same thing. Talk on it. But the person made a statement. I don't know if it was Mike. Who was it?
Cat Williams. Cat Williams.
No, I don't think it was him. It
Okay.
wasn't him. He made this statement. He said, "Oh, it was the right message, but he was the wrong person to say it though." Ooh, and they were talking about something else, some whole nother subject and a whole nother dimension. And when he said that, I said, "Wow!" My mind just went in a lot of different places. I said, "Man." So look at these figures. Look what Trump wants to do based on bringing the bridge back, what the founding fathers originally had in mind. Look what Pop was trying to do, you know what I mean, to address our concern. I said there should be in our school curriculum for our children, there should be classes on racism in America. There should be classes on apartheid. There should be classes on why there's hunger in America. You know what I mean? And he went down the list and list. I said, oh man, they'll take somebody else trying to talk like that and get an office. Oh, they ain't trying to let that ever happen. So you got the right message, but you're the wrong person saying that. You follow what I'm saying? Like you just said. You went on the other, or whoever would have fit the bill. You got it on the side. So my thing is, just have to sit back in the cut. Sit back in the cut. And just have to serve it. So you'll be able to distinguish. He said, Clark said also when I get back on this, he said there should be classes in our schools that help our children understand politicians double talk. Clark said this at 17 years old.
Yes, he did.
He was so far ahead. And if you think
my God,
this powerful position wasn't sitting down paying attention to this young man, somebody deceived. What you said, brother? Who was the person that said it? I know. I want Brother Crux to say it. Any rise of any black messiah, and I'm not talking about a color, must be annihilated. Anyone coming with the answers to try to take care and undo what we have been getting over on for years, we're gonna take you out. We control the minds of the public, but now they're not expecting. This is too much. They weren't expecting this. Social media can be a curse, it can be some foolery, but it also can have some people peep some game and say, whoa, wait a minute. You said what? And you still standing on that? You ain't DJ? Oh, let me see what else you've been, hiding. And now you can let your fingers and you can do some research now. When before you didn't have access to all this. So what they do in the game, cuz, oh man, they just probably, that ain't. But if you got discernment, you able to determine what's truth and what's false. Not your emotions and your feelings or being manipulated and being tricked. And because you was a former president, you gonna come in and address a group of men in such a way. Who are you to do such a thing? With all due respect, who are you to do that? And why are you doing that? I yield back.
Y'all know what? I want to say this real quick. Did y'all see yesterday? This is sad, but it was a teacher in California where the students was in class, and they had a poll with the kids who will vote for Kamala and who will vote for Trump. These were little kids. So and they had pizza. So the kids that voted for Kamala got pizza. She said the kids that voted for Trump, they just had to fend for themselves. Ain't that song? This was at school. Like I think they were like kindergartners, first graders.
Yeah, that is a very that's like you got to toe the party line or you are just not going to be able to survive. That is a very underhanded and clear message.
Yeah,
You know?
it's tripped out.
Because that just makes me think of CCP tactics right there. You know, you're not a part of the party, and so you're
Yeah,
going to be ostracized.
Exactly. We got big.
So let me ask y'all something real quick, and just be honest. Do you guys think that she's gonna get in office, or do you think Trump got this in the bag?
I think Trump's got this.
Yeah, I think Trump got it.
But I think it's going to be a bloody mess before he actually takes office. They're going to pull every,
Yes.
I think Trump, but I'm gonna say this here, and I'm speaking from a place of because God, as my brother just stated, discernment. Yes, I think Trump, but I really pray that Trump does not depend on our federal government to be the protector for him, because I know how we seen and we know how dirty these people are going to continue to play. They're not going to stop, even
and
after he wins.
yeah, and that comes down to a conversation that we've had many times, Nisimo, and that is, the biggest flaw, in my opinion, the biggest flaw in Trump's first presidency is that he surrounded himself with the wrong people. Didn't have good advisors. He appointed
That's
people
true.
to positions who stabbed him in the back.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have an attorney general that was worth a shit. That guy's a jellyfish and he's a commie.
Mm-hmm.
And so my hope, and if I were, if y'all want to include this in your prayers, all right, is, help this man select the right people to help him.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Mhm.
Because believe it or not, we are the people. We're the people. And because we know and we understand that we are the people, and since this is how this was written up, so we're gonna make you live by that. We're gonna make you stand on that. Why? Because we have a voice. And if we don't use our voice for something, hey, it's going to be used in a different way. And at this point right now, I'm going to continue to say we must start using our voice to let them know we are tired of them breaking the law to get a conviction.
How many folks in the panel and in the chat would love to see Trump somehow, by some miracle, come up with congressional term limits?
Mm,
Hmm.
Me,
I will. I
Yeah,
I
definitely
man.
will.
would. I
Yep.
definitely would.
In a heartbeat. I think
Yep.
8 years is plenty of time. And all of these unelected officials that are sitting in all of these alphabet agencies making shit up as they go along, that is not going to fly when you got somebody constantly rotating in with fresh eyes. You know,
Mm-hmm.
some of them might be dirty, but even the dirty ones are going to look at some stuff and say, "Man, that right there is a bunch of bullshit."
I wanna.
Maxine Waters started with Maxine Waters and Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, I
That's
wanna.
you,
I,
I
you
wanna
buy
respond to that, and then I wanna welcome my brother Big Vibe to the panel. Um,
Uh,
I think that with Trump, the thing is we got a taste of what a presidency up under Trump was like, and it was beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was thriving, so it was kind of like when he left. I didn't like Trump. You know what I'm saying? Because I was a victim of the propaganda machine that
mm-hmm.
was perpetuated, and I have no qualms admitting that. And I think that when most people get over themselves,
Right,
they will begin to admit that. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with it because it's not your fault.
right,
Because if you got your generation, your elders telling you one thing, you got society telling you one thing, but when you
back
come
to discernment.
across
Back to
your own
discernment.
discernment, like Brother Muse said, your discernment tell you another thing, and then you couple that with your own personal life experience, and you're able to compare and contrast, then you're able to see you're able to see the difference. You know what
yes.
I'm saying?
Yes, and it's hard to remember, and I mean it's something that I even remind myself of, and it doesn't matter if I'm looking at a computer problem or I'm working on a car or I'm talking about politics. It's that all of these pieces of information that you get need to be regarded as sources of information, not gospel,
Absolutely.
not gospel, because the gospel is what you do with all of this information.
Mm,
What makes sense to you,
Okay.
you know, because me and everybody on this panel could look at a piece of legislation and say, I like this and I don't
Mm-hmm.
like that. And at
Mm-hmm.
the end of it, 4 out of the 6 of us might say, yeah, this is good legislation, even though there are things that I don't like. And the
Right.
others might say, this is crap, even though there are things in there that I do like. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
hmm
so, yeah. And so, regardless of your background, your religion, your race, your gender, whatever, man, and those influences that you surround yourself with, you need to take it all in. I'm not saying don't cut anybody out, or that's a just take it all in. But when you're sitting there alone at night, man, you got to put it all together and figure out for yourself what makes sense.
Absolutely. Big Bad, what's going on, bro? How you feeling this
Nephew,
evening?
What's
nephew.
up, bye?
What's up, Fog?
What's up? Just got off work, man, and I was
Okay.
hey,
listening.
nephew.
What's going on? Lisa Mo, you better stop saying we got a voice, man, because clearly we don't have a voice in America no more. The
Mm.
people don't have a voice. Speech, freedom of speech ain't freedom no more. unless you are part of the agenda. You
Mm.
know, you get to choose, you get to say what you want to say. But anytime we see people, artists, rappers, lyrics from music being brought up in the courtroom to
Talk, baby.
justify a charge. So you mean to tell me we have freedom of speech, but the same
Mm.
freedom of speech y'all trying to put in the court system and say this is a crime, this is admitted to a crime. We talking about rapping. This is how do you rap? You put some words together that sound interesting and make people like it and go by. That don't mean it's true.
Right.
So
Right.
And
we
that don't
say
mean I'm gonna go do what I said in my rap song.
that's it. Then you got people out here, these reporters, who are protected by the same shit that they try to use to convict other people with. I don't
Mm.
understand it.
Make it make sense.
Mm.
This whole
Speak
Make
on
shit,
it
speak.
make
man.
sense.
Mm.
This whole shit that's going on right now. When you ask the question, well, how do you feel about the election? Who gonna win? Man, at this point, yeah, hey, you gotta hope. You want the
Hey,
best to happen. You want the best to happen, but you know the bullshit is in the
hey,
goddamn room.
it's
I don't
in the
give a fuck.
pudding. It's in the pudding.
They say if you smelt it, you dealt it. Hey, that's what it is. You can. Hey, I can't sit here and say I'm confident when I see these people break all kind of fucking laws
Right.
That's true.
to
That's true,
put
bye.
shit in their
That's
face that
fact.
they want. They used to do the shit behind you. Now they put
They
this shit
doing it
right
in
in
our
your face
face.
and say, do
Yes.
something about it. Who gonna
Right.
stop us? We
Yeah.
the big bad wolf. We the
Yeah.
engine.
Hmm.
The point I was making earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is what we dealing with. I tell people all the time, America is slowly becoming a dictatorship.
Yep.
Yeah.
They want to dictate every. These motherfuckers say
And
they
it
gonna
ain't
take.
Trump either. Hmm.
They say they gonna do away with daylight saving time. Who the fuck are y'all?
You ain't God. You ain't God.
Now this is what we're dealing with. People, humans,
Hmm.
That's true.
global
Mm-hmm.
warming,
What?
climate,
Climate control.
climate control. What's causing all these goddamn category these earthquakes and storms and all type of shit? You get snow in states that ain't never snowed before. All type of these people just sitting here fucking with shit. Let me
Yeah.
throw something out here and see what it do.
You
Yeah.
Is the
and
truth.
and
That's true.
here's the other piece of that machine is that if you go back and look historically at the weather, despite how much media attention these storms get and everything, we are in a very calm period of weather. If you go back like just the last couple of thousand years, it has been a lot more violence in the weather system than anything that we've experienced since we've been alive.
I tell you what, if another war break out, we'll see what they do with the weather system.
Yeah.
Bye. I don't know if y'all played it, Jeff, or not, but funny you're saying everything you're saying at the rally. I think it was yesterday. Why this lady told the people y'all must be at the wrong rally because they said Lord Jesus.
Yeah, I
Oh
told
yeah.
him about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
who rally
help
day
me
was that?
understand.
Kamala Harris?
Kamala, she said more than one time, y'all must be at the wrong rally.
But my
I
thing
that
with
Yeah.
this woman
They
is,
said Jesus. They said Jesus is Lord.
Jesus is Lord. Yeah, Jesus is Lord. And they said
the
it more than
thing with
one
that
time.
lady that kills me is that she didn't she done sacrificed so many black
Hmm.
African American people men predominantly to get to where she's at. And it's like, I'm gonna tell you, man, when they say Stockholm syndrome, niggas are the worst. Noobs,
I said that.
you gonna hear what up. But niggas are the worst, man. Niggas out here,
Yep.
they go, I'm gonna tell you something. I've never voted a day in my life. Never. I could, I had the opportunity to, but I remember Obama running for president. All I heard was niggas talking about I'm voting for him because he black. The nigga ain't gave you no policy. The nigga ain't saying what he gonna do for you. Then you vote for the nigga in the office, and then the nigga don't do nothing to help you in your community. Now you mad talking about the nigga sellout. No, the nigga who he is, the same nigga who he is now was the nigga he was then. Y'all niggas are the
So
motherfuckers that's
live.
stupid. You see, that's the problem. Now you got
Mm-hmm.
the same. Now you got the same ideology going around right now. I want to vote for Kamala because she black. I want to vote for her because she a woman. Man, fuck her. Fuck her. Her
I
being
know
black
that's right.
don't make the shit that she done right. Shit. I mean, you got people. If they hadn't changed these laws on drugs and shit like that, you would have niggas still in jail behind the shit that what she was doing over in California. This is crazy. I don't understand our people, man. I don't like. We use the simplest thing to support somebody for. Oh, she's a black woman, so I'm a supporter. Can you can you doc, can you go a little deeper into this woman to help me understand why you support her? Can you tell me a little more about this woman? Because apparently she don't know about her damn self.
It piss you off. I know. I feel the same way, but I do.
Then all of her pissing me off in Atlanta, the Judge Whitaker and the DA 88 Love, Fannie Willis, all of these people I heard this shit, y'all. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let y'all and I'm gonna go on mute. I I just heard this
You
woman,
better speak,
the
baby, on that
judge
one.
in motherfucking the YSL case, she just revoked 5 years of the state witnesses probation and said what he did in court was close to perjuring himself. But I'm gonna tell you, she said the court has to be taken serious. You can't come in here playing around after you have agreed to the terms of a plea deal. And when she said the courts have to be taken serious, are you fucking serious? How many times you have got on the DA prosecutor's ass about not having their shit together, but you want to tell a witness that the court has to be took serious.
Mm-hmm.
I just said, what the fuck? I can't believe this judge just said this shit. You gonna tell a witness the court has to be took serious, but you ain't said this shit to the prosecutors, and they ass have been bullshitting, lollygagging, what the shit they call filibustering, all this other
Yeah.
shit they got. Man, I know and I understand. We are living in a day and time in society where the danger, the danger is the rights that we supposed to have is the most dangerous things that we deal with. Your rights to a fair trial, your right to freedom of speech. That's the most. These are some of the most dangerous things that we are dealing with right now. What the fuck? We supposed to go in the courtroom and we supposed to have a jury of our peers. No, hell no. We gonna handpick the jury we want to come in here that's gonna do what we need them to do, and let's convict you.
Hey,
Shit, R. Kelly went to court in New York down there 4 years ago. We hadn't heard from one juror still on why they convicted this man. What evidence did they, we haven't heard from one juror in this man New York trial.
That speak volumes, bro. That speak volumes, bro. How in any high profile case, normally, you know, the jurors would have been done an interview of some sort. They would have weighed in on somebody news channel. The media would have been and got in contact with somebody
Yeah,
that, you know what I'm saying?
especially
But did y'all
CNN,
hear when that lady
JFK.
lied? The prosecutor, how many times she have lied, and they called her out on the lies that she's actually done, and even the judge said, I just got to take a break. Just got to take a break. No, you don't need no break. They asked for a mistrial. You need to give them a mistrial.
She not gonna do it,
She won't
man.
though. She ain't.
That's YSL shit, man. The fucking prosecutors in YSL case, these motherfuckers committed a Brady violation right in front of the fucking judge, and she didn't even
multiple
give a fuck.
times.
Man, she wouldn't even give a mistrial. They don't want to give a mistrial, and I keep saying this shit. Young Thug has the finances to afford
Oh
this fucking
wow.
trial. No, but none of these other guys that's on trial can afford this trial that they're having right now. But the only person who can is Young Thug. But the only person who they can't seem to put at the crime scene is Young Thug.
Mm.
And to think about it, but Big Vi, we sit up there and talk about all the time. We want people in office that look like us. And
Shit
I
no.
look at, thank you. And I look at the fact that Fonnie Willis is one that look like her. And I look at all them black men that's sitting up there, that's going through, and she destroying their lives. And this has been almost a year. Then they saying another, well, 2 to 3 years that
It's
Young
been
Thug been in
2 years,
jail.
man. Yeah,
Yes.
the
And it's,
trial been going on 2 years. He been sitting in jail longer than that.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
And it break my heart for like to see all those young men that's lives have just really been destroyed and tied up
Yeah.
within these last few years because of this foolishness.
But some of them admitted to the crimes and shit they committed. But the thing
They
is,
did.
like Lil Woody said, that they told him, "We don't want you. We want the big fish." Ain't number one person the big fish. That's Young Thug. But you got the 88 that Detective Sprinkle, the man who did the investigation the other day. He said out of it, still pulled up a video from an interrogation that he did. In that dude Sprinkle, Detective Sprinkle, he said this shit during this interrogation. He said he don't even see why they have Young Thug even involved in this shit. He had nothing
Right.
to do with none of it. This is what the investigator said.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know, I mean, think back, because I think a lot of folks, when we have this conversation, they forget. This whole thing with Young Thug is a personal issue for
Yeah,
Fannie
Yep.
Willis.
yeah.
Sure is.
Cause she was dealing with somebody from the If gang.
Stealing my
Uh,
ass. She was knocking boots with him.
yeah,
She
well,
sure was.
like,
And she
all
was
she,
friends
hey,
with
all
the
she do is
deceased boy.
all
Mm-hmm.
she do is fuck, man. She fucking
Yep.
these young boys, then she fucking Nathan Wade, all at the opposite
Yep.
house. I mean, that's a horny old woman. What I mean
Yeah, man. She can do some grinding now.
by
Hey, but see that hey, is that not befitting of her mentor, Kamala Harris?
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Woo!
ain't no
I'm just
telling what
saying.
Kamala ain't done done.
Woo!
And let's be clear. Her
Mm,
name is coming up, is surfacing in these Diddy allegations, with these tapes. It's
mm.
surfacing. You know what I'm saying?
You
So
better and Obama too.
and
Yep.
Obama, you know what I'm saying?
And
Like
Big Mike. Don't forget Big Mike.
and Michelle. And this is
Mm.
this is what we're dealing with, man, with the Epstein's list, right? And then we seen that whole thing, that whole debacle unfold. But they want to hold certain people in particular accountable. But other people skate on thin ice. But at the same time, these allegations are being levied, and they're being obviously they have some weight to them because people are they're distancing themselves from people that they normally would be embracing, and certain people that would be speaking up for Diddy right now are not because they
But
were
we
at
see
the
the
party.
same shit with Kale.
Exactly, exactly, man.
Okay, so my question is, okay, so y'all go get Magic Johnson, but I thought Jay-Z was the voice for the ones that's not in line with where they supposed to be, but y'all didn't go get Jay-Z.
Oh, that's coming. I think that's
No,
coming.
no, no, no. I'm talking about speaking out for Kamala Harris. You that's what his role's supposed to have been, right? Remember when people wasn't getting in line and people wasn't supporting like these awards and stuff? Jay-Z said he gonna do what he got to do to get the people back and get the people in line and get the people voting right and doing this, that, and the other, but we ain't hearing from Jay-Z.
Well,
And
he
that's the
probably
question.
ducking and dodging.
That's what I'm saying. But I know that, but I'm saying this is where the people gonna start needing to start to say, I thought y'all appointed Jay-Z as the man. Where is he? Why aren't y'all using the voice that y'all claim is for the black race?
Because that dude is
Mm.
about to surface with a bunch of dirt. That's my suspicion.
Thank you.
And
Well,
so he's
again,
keeping a
that's
low
when you
profile.
still, that's why you still got to keep calling it out because you want to know why are y'all deliberately not calling him to come
Right.
and speak on behalf of Kamala Harris? Why y'all
Well,
not doing it?
Well, that's
What?
what the other day I was listening to Candace Owens and not talking about just the Kamala thing, but she was touching on Diddy. And what she was saying was LeBron been vocal about everything else. But why he ain't coming out saying that about this? She called him, they called out John Legend, and they called out a few others, Like
Yeah.
you be vocal when it comes down to the demise of other people within your culture, but when it came to you just quiet as a bird. You quiet as a mouse. You're not saying anything.
But when it was came down to talk about Rob, you had a whole lot to see. Y'all went on a whole buffoonery documentary.
Yep.
What I'm
But
supposed to.
Nisi, because we talked about Oprah before and how
Yes,
she goes quiet. And it's for the
yes.
exact same reason, sweetheart, because there's something out there in the wind that if it catches the light of day is going to change her entire world. And I think Jay-Z is in that very spot right now.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, that's why we, the people, go back to what Vi. That's why I keep saying we the people. Y'all gave it to us, so we gonna keep holding on to it. We the people. We want to know why we're not being heard. We want to hear from Mr. Jay-Z. We want to hear from Miss Oprah Winfrey. We want to hear from especially John Legend, dude. I just definitely want to hear from you. I want to hear from you because you had so much to say about Mr. Kelly.
Oh man, we got our brother Provoke Thoughts in the building. What's good, bro?
Hey man, what's going on? I don't even know how the heck I'm even woke, but uh, but I'm here. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, I'm here. I'm in the building, baby. Hey, y'all been up here. Well, actually, I just woke up from a little nap. You know what I'm saying? But so I'm good. So, hey, noobs, what's going on? Miss
What's up,
Niecy
man?
Mo,
Hey,
Big
hey.
Five. Who is this person with no picture? What was going on?
Oh, this Mika.
Hey, Minka, what's going down? How you feeling?
I'm good. How you doing?
All right, much love to all y'all. Your chat popping, man. They out here talking. I see them. Hey,
Hey
but look.
man, I'm trying to get like you, bro. Hey, I appreciate you coming on the platform, man. We've been rocking for 5+ years, man. You know how we get down,
Oh
bro.
man, we've been getting down ever since we heard the first lie told. Like I think me and you started chopping it up on Facebook. I think
Yeah,
you know what I'm
yeah.
saying because we was sitting up there, and I think we was in a chat or somewhere in a group or whatever, and then we just kind of branched off because somebody said some bullshit, and then we was just like, okay, that was some BS. How you feel about that? And it just turned into, we've been rocking the whole time, man. And this is my guy, and I'm proud of him for actually putting himself out there and getting the channel going, and with him. And what's your girl's name that's on here with you?
Oh man, that's my sis, Mika.
Oh yeah, Mika. Yeah. Y'all too. Y'all done listen to a couple of y'all shows, man. It's real profound, man, and I really, really like it. I'm a little bit raw. I don't know how y'all do it, so I'm gonna try to keep it cool up in this piece. I don't know. I'm on another network. You can't go.
No, do you, hey, bro? We just try to hold fast on.
Look. You can't go over the Fox tripping. You feel me? Like your girl did. You got to.
Hold on. Go ahead, because I can bring it up.
Hey, we can't go over the Fox News bugging out, man, and talking crazy and saying,
fast, man. I can share the screen right quick. Fox News. Let's talk about it, man, because that's part of the thing I wanted to get to, and I got some footage. Go ahead and finish, bro. I'm gonna let you go do your thing, and I'm gonna bring it up.
Look, man, I'm so excited right now because that lady losing bad. And now people really tripping. Like if you talk to people now that's on that side, they bugging, they crazy. Like, oh, you just dumb, you're stupid. What do you do? I had a woman call me a devil, bro. She called me a straight up demon, and she called us up trying to talk to me, and came over my crib with a friend of hers, saw my Trump picture on the wall, and went crazy. I was like, okay, well, you support him? I'm like, I like his policies. I think that he's gonna fix our country. But you a demon? Wait a minute, hold on. You in my house? These people done got so crazy. They come in your house, disrespect you, and think it's all right. These left wing lunatics will come in your house, disrespect you. They don't care. They don't care anymore. I got I got somebody with a Walls Harris sign in their yard, and somebody I was talking to pulled up at my house. They're like, "Who is that?" Don't nobody even know who these people are, bro. Like seriously, and you really want me to believe that the world is gonna vote for this lady that can't talk, she ain't answering no questions. Now, as far as this might be her last interview on television. She might not even go to nowhere else, bro, because this was crazy. I don't know, man. You can start anywhere from this foolishness. You can do this shit in reverse, and it'll still be messed up. It'll still be just as jacked up.
Okay.
Go. You can play it backwards. You be like, what the hell? It might make sense if you play our answers backwards.
Literally.
I ain't understand nothing.
Man.
That was coming up.
Anytime y'all want to stop it, just let me know, and then we gonna go from there.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Let's roll.
Mr. President, thank you for the time.
Thank you. It's good to be with you, Brett.
Voters tell pollsters all over the country and here in Pennsylvania that immigration is one of the key issues that they're looking at this election, and specifically the influx of illegal immigrants from more than 150 countries. How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but just a number. Do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
So check this out.
Okay.
Didn't he ask her a mathematical question or just an estimated mathematical guess of how many people do you think that you brought into the country? And now she about to go on a rant about how to wash collard greens in the tub. She finna do anything she can to avoid this question. That's what people need to understand that. If a person ain't willing to answer your questions, because she answered no question here, but keep it going. I just want y'all to understand this is the route she's going to take. This is the stuff to get people head cracked in relationships. Keep going.
Million.
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay. The point is that we have a broken immigration system.
that needs to be repaired.
So your
And-
Homeland Security Secretary said that
Well, no,
85%
but
of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
It's a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of
system
6 million people have been
needs to be-
released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question. I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy. They were released from custody awaiting trial. So instead, included in those were a large number of single men, adult men, who went on to commit heinous crimes. So looking back, do you regret the decision to terminate Remain in Mexico at the beginning of your administration?
At the beginning of our administration, within practically hours of taking the oath, the first bill that we offered Congress, before we worked on infrastructure, before the Inflation Reduction Act, before the Chips and Science Act, before the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021.
Exactly.
It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the. Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please?
But
you have to let me finish.
You had the
please.
White House and the House and the Senate,
I'm
and they
in the
didn't
middle
bring up
of
that bill.
responding to the point you're raising, and I'd like to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it some people think they know best, even when it comes to our most personal decisions?
Well, I'm just
like
saying,
extremist Phil Nagel
whole
wants to
time,
ban abortion with no
you can't
exceptions for
handle a
rape or
hard
incest.
interview. How
Vote to
can you
protect our
stand
rights.
and sit
Vote no
before
on Phil
other
Nagel.
world leaders? Can you imagine her in front of Putin or somebody or Chin?
We recognized from day one that, to the point of this being your first question, it is a priority for us as a nation and for the American people. And our focus has been on fixing a problem. And from day one, then, we have done a number of things, including to address our asylum system and put more resources, getting more judges, what we needed to do to tighten up penalties and increase penalties for illegal crossings, what we needed to do to deal with points of entry between border entry points. That's the work we did, and we worked on supporting what was a bipartisan effort, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, to actually strengthen the border. That border bill would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border, which is why I believe the Border Patrol agents supported the bill. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States, which is a scourge affecting people of every background, every geographic location in our country, killing people. It would have allowed us to put more resources into prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, which I have done as the former Attorney General of a border state.
Madam Vice President, a couple of things.
Prosecuted trafficking of drugs, guns, and human beings. And Donald Trump, but let me just finish.
Six Democrats voted against that bill.
Learned about that bill and told them to kill it because he preferred to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And in this election,
Hold fast. Let's pause there, bro.
She tripping.
She been running with this narrative for how long, bro? She been running with this false narrative for a minute, bro.
Unbelievable.
She been running with this narrative. Listen, how can somebody that's not in office, you know what I'm saying, call a whole bunch of people that's in office and tell them to make a decision, you know what I'm saying, when he's not the commander-in-chief in office at that particular time? Come on, man.
That mean that the presidency don't mean shit, ain't never meant shit, and won't never mean nothing. That means Trump is in power right now.
That's the equivalent. That's the equivalent. What she's saying is, all right, let's just say her and Joe Biden is in a marriage, right? Joe Biden the man, she the wife. You mean to tell me that some outside ass nigga could call your house and say, listen, y'all ain't eating fish and spaghetti tonight. Y'all eating tacos tonight. Y'all eating, you know what I'm saying? And you G for that. You know what I'm saying?
That's
That's the
crazy.
equivalent of somebody calling your household, telling you what bill you gonna pay instead of that bill, making decisions in the presidency. You mean to tell me that Donald Trump had the you look even weaker saying that this man had the power to call Congress when
And
he's
stank
not
your
even in
bill.
office.
And just stank your little bill. Just put your bill on stank.
But,
You just made those.
but nobody has stated, y'all, even with Fox, nobody stated that y'all did not put this bill together until y'all decided till it was election time. But the question that we have, the people, we want to know why, if it was something that wasn't broken, why you go break it to put it back together again.
Thank you. Thank you. Because if it ain't broke, what you trying to fix? Because everything was set in place. Just like when Obama, he did his whole spiel about, oh, he ain't do nothing. I was the one that made everything great with the economy. If that's the case, somebody had to maintain it. Not only did Donald Trump maintain it, he enhanced it. We was surviving off Obama, but we was thriving when Trump got in office.
Look at here. Barack Obama ain't did shit but made sure that homosexual people could get married.
Thank you.
Period. That's all he did. You want to talk about, they talking about Trump emboldening the base. Look at what the behaviors of Barack Obama has emboldened in our society.
Thank you.
Look at how crazy people run around here acting, talking, and looking.
Thank you.
And you supposed to just...
And how they're censoring us. You're censoring us.
Mm-hmm. It's absolutely ridiculous because you look at this woman. I was just playing a game called Crackdown where the person that was doing all the propagandizing and all of this stuff and terrorizing was a female in power. You get this crazy lady a chance, man. You really we would get sold down the river.
I'm just looking at her like, can you imagine her?
Tell them what I told y'all when she did that interview. I'm sorry. At that point, I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all, we got to call it what it is. She was all black woman. That was all black woman.
Oh yeah. This interview, you see, look at her face. Hold on, I'm finna blow it up. Look at her face. She turned to her. If she wasn't black, she turned black. If she wasn't black, hold on.
Man,
let me blow it up. Let me blow it up. If she wasn't black, that's when she got black. You know what I'm saying? She said, "Wait a minute."
She didn't really get as black as what she could have, man. Don't give this woman no credit. She ain't do nothing. She ain't saying nothing. We gives no credit to Cam.
What I'm saying is that her not giving that man an option. This is his show. This ain't your show.
Right.
This
Absolutely.
ain't CNN. This ain't CBS.
So you know the play. You know how she played him, right? She came in there 17 minutes late.
Mm-hmm.
And then she thought that she was gonna filibuster her way through. But the main question, he got the main question out that needed to get out.
Mm-hmm.
How long did your goofball ass know that Joe Biden was much for brains? How long you know that? And she could not answer that question to say everybody. I don't care if you a Democrat. I don't care if you're an independent, a Republican. You want to know how long she knew if you his closest coworker.
Yep.
You've been in like you said, you've been in the Situation Room. You've been in the Oval Office. You've been out on speeches and all this stuff with this man. And you mean to tell me that you didn't know? You knew. If I knew sitting all the way out here in Indianapolis, Indiana, there's something wrong with that dude. If I knew it all the way out here and I'm all the way out here, then you know it all the way there. You knew it. You knew it right in his face. But you was just like you was just waiting on your turn. Like the whole debate scenario that happened between Donald Trump and Joe Biden was a setup for Joe Biden. They set him up. They set him up. They knew because they set up there because those 3 weeks prior, you got to realize he was walking off in the distance and shit. You know what I'm saying? He over there in the overseas. See, the problem was when he was overseas and did all of that shit, they had to get rid of him.
Yeah.
Too. Like, damn, he done went overseas and laid this egg. Damn, we got. So they had to do something. They were like, well, no, that ain't what. No, we got to kill Trump now. So when that shit didn't work, they had to get rid of him.
Well, I'm sorry, y'all. Joe Biden had me laughing. Joe Biden was sitting behind that desk. Joe Biden's face. You lie! You lie! He just lied. He just lied. I'm like, damn, Joe, sit your ass down somewhere.
And I think they filter his footage, whatever he see. They feed it to him like you feed a baby food. They just tell him he'll watch TV. He don't even know how to operate a remote control, man. Get out of here. Get out of here.
They ain't doing too much filtering. He threw Kamala up under that bus.
Look, he been throwing up under the bus for about 2 good weeks now, and Bill Clinton is following right along footsteps. See, old people, what they don't realize, old people have a propensity to tell the truth because they can't help their damn self. You know, Joe Biden has said many times, he said in rallies that we need another Trump presidency, not even thinking about what the hell he was saying. We must elect Donald Trump. Then call him his vice president. What's going on, man?
Hey, brother Provoke, brother Crux. This is what stands out to me when I watch this. This man is doing an excellent interview. And like brother Provoke said, regardless of what side you're on, that's your personal human right to choose that. But this is what this stand out to me. Can you imagine other leaders from other nations
Talk, baby.
watching that and said, that's who's trying to be who we're going to have fun with? It's an insult to them. It's an insult. It's an insult.
Just come on, like you said, bro. You hit it on the head, brother Muse. Like
as a leader, as a leader, at the highest position of the United States of America that you have made a decision to run for. Before I go there, let me back up. Mind you now, let's not get it twisted. I don't know the number. Maybe y'all know them. I don't know them because I ain't well versed like that. But I know it was a lot of people voted for her and why she's vice president. Don't get that twisted. That's alarming in this
you got a lot of black women, and you're not lying about that, Muse. A lot of black women decided. Hey,
you see what gender? I ain't even on that. It could be whatever.
Or women. You know, and these fluffy men that's running around here.
I'm not even on none of that, brother Provoke. I'm just simply saying individual human beings.
Yeah.
After looking at, regardless of what side you ain't follow politics, just using the common sense in your brain that you got to be the president of the United States of America and have to deal with other foreign leaders. And you can't even answer the interview. You can't even answer questions from an interview like such a distance. And you're going to be trying to discuss for that alone, whatever side you want, that right there to be for me to be like, whoa, wait a minute.
Yep.
How people seeing this and ain't picking that up?
Man, it'd be tough to run out there.
Muse, can you imagine her speaking for you? And that's your wife, and she's supposed to be speaking for you. Woman, if you ever go out there making me look like I'm crazy, don't get it out.
Man, I can't get. You know what? They want us to get on code so bad, man. I don't even know this code. You can. What code is this?
Right, exactly. That part.
Exactly.
What code is this? I don't know. I don't know the combination to the lock, bro. I don't know because I can't. I can't get with this. I'm like, I don't know the code, bro. Somebody that
No,
dropped. They
we
played
better
it.
get off
Played
code.
the damage. Hey,
We
because
better get off code.
Barack say, I got my problem is with the brothers. I'm like, you know, every eyebrow because the brothers. What you gotta say, nigga? What, nigga? Oh well, you know, you're a misogynist if you don't vote for this bullshit that we got in front of you.
That's a bully tactic. That's a bully tactic. That's a bully tactic, and that's manipulation. That's pure evil.
Thank you.
And don't get caught up because he's a great orator. Please don't get caught up in that. With all due respect,
I couldn't. I laughed my ass off, man. I was like, nigga, stop.
how dare you? How dare you talk to an individual like that? And that's how you're gonna.
Men. And like that man said, you know my daddy. I got a daddy.
I mean, just because we don't want a woman, look, we don't want her, and we don't want Tampon Tam. I don't want either one of them fools. You know what I'm saying? For real. Y'all see, he move around and act like he a ballerina or some shit all the damn time. But I don't want that. I don't need no soft serve in the White House. We don't need no soft serve people running around here being soft.
Brother Provoke.
Yes, sir.
I don't know this man's background. I know he's been around in the game for a while. Just interviewing her, and he's mild considering rather other foreign leaders.
Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely.
And Kim Jong Un.
Eat her ass up. Eat her ass up.
You finna represent the United, and you can't even handle. Can you imagine other foreign leaders watching this and what they think?
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
It don't matter who got you on.
Before it all really came out about what a harlot she was, though, you know what really kind of threw me off with her was Joe Biden's State of the Union address, man. Like, I literally saw a demon back there. Just the way she looked, the way she kept getting up and doing that dumbass clap and kept on getting up. I'm like, now her knee game is astounding. That's the only thing that I can see. I'm like, yeah, she worked the knee. She put them thing to work. So, you know, now I know why she got where she got it. Getting up and down off them knees. It's for real. I mean, you know, and I'm not trying to be facetious or nothing, but, you know, because real talk, this is what you get when you go DEI, or didn't earn it, or you just gift somebody. This is what you get, a bunch of gibberish. You know, nothing comes out when you move your lips, man. That man asked you a mathematical question. We on question number 2 at this damn point. You still ain't told him the number.
Hey, man, hence the title, Kamala the Chameleon.
Good Lord. Good Lord. Hey, bro, let's get into some more of the action then. Shit, let's see what this man do.
Let's see what how many jokes we can get off this interview here, man.
This is rightly a discussion that the American people want to have, and what they want are solutions, and they want a president of the United States who's not playing political games with the issue,
I hear you.
but actually is focused on fixing
Six
it.
Democrats voted against that bill. It would have allowed 1.8 million illegal immigrants in.
Hey,
look, you got Bernie Sanders up there.
He just did he just line up?
Boom.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, 6 Democrats. So what you talking about, Shawty?
All your homies, all your heavy hitters right there. I had to pause it right there. Because see, all of those are Democrats that voted for the same thing that you've been running this propaganda on Donald Trump, but all your homies right here voted for the same move. You know what I'm saying? All of them Democrats, heavy hitter Democrats, not just anybody Democrats.
Right.
Border Act of 2024, the ones that got the juice voted in favor for what you're talking about. I just want to highlight.
But did Donald Trump call them too and say kill the bill? Did he hit them up too?
Right. When he killed the bill, did he call Sanders? I'm pretty sure Barry ain't trying to hear nothing he talking about. Booker, Markey, none of them want to hear it.
Not at all, man.
I'm just saying what we talking about.
Hey, I'm just trying to be unburdened by what has been, bro. That's all I'm on. That's it.
Hold on, man. This is a joke, man. Her policies is crazy.
Bro, roll this Saturday Night Live
the country a year. A lot of conservatives had a problem with it. These are the 6 Democrats. But more importantly, back to the original premise, Jocelyn Nungari, Rachel Moore, Laken Riley, they are young women who were brutally assaulted and killed by some of the men who were released at the beginning of the administration.
Man, shout out to Brent Bell, right? Because, see, ain't nobody held her feet to the fire. Ain't nobody held her feet to the fire. These were all young women that were brutally murdered at the hands of illegal immigration due to y'all delinquent policy that led to these young women being murdered, young American women being murdered. And nobody held her feet to the fire until this man interviewed her and said straight out.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about the policies that allow illegal immigrants across the borders where they were unvetted that led to the death of these young, beautiful women? You don't have nothing. And just listen to her response.
Administration well before a negotiated bipartisan bill. Former President Clinton actually referred to Laken Riley Sunday campaigning for you in Georgia, saying if those men had been properly vetted, Laken Riley probably would not have been killed. So if it wouldn't have happened, this is well before any negotiation. This is well before Donald Trump got involved in the politics. This is a specific policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe
Brett,
those
I think it's
families
really, I think
an apology?
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases. There's no question about that. There's no question about that. And I can't imagine the pain that the families of those victims have experienced for a loss that should not have occurred. So that is true. It is also true that if a border security had actually been passed 9 months ago, it would be 9 months that we would have had more border agents at the border, more support for the folks.
Stop it.
What the hell?
Stop it. It ain't got nothing to do with no extra border patrol agents on the floor. If the policy was set in place where they would not be able to cross the border without being properly vetted, it was enough
Mexico.
border.
So her apology didn't mean nothing.
Look.
She didn't even. But you know what though, real quick, I was gonna say if you look at this interview, and I know we haven't went through the full interview, but I know different ones have looked at it. And I told you before, like she's a good actress. Like she's taught. If you notice how she responds and how she talks and what she says, she knew when she came in that interview for 30 minutes, they knew exactly what they were doing. When she came in with an attitude, but she came in because they know she's not a good interviewer, so they told her to own it. You continue to you keep these talking points, because if you notice, she never answered any questions. She tried to overtalk him to keep the time going. So at 30 minutes, let's go. It's a talking point. So what she was doing, she was just CNN, filibuster, just like CNN. And I say when people start realizing that these people are entertainers, that's what they entertain you. And what she did, she was at that moment, you see just her, when she talks with her hands, if you notice, if you look how she just puts her hand, she's uncomfortable. She's lying. She doesn't know how to quite articulate herself. She doesn't know how to answer the question. So her body language tells everything, because she's not really good with. She's not good with interviewing. So then when she yeah. So when she came on there, they just told her, hey, you go there 30 minutes, over talk him. Because see, they're gonna really drill you on this interview. So you just basically over talk, don't let him get a word in. Cause you notice they didn't even get into really the meat and the potatoes like he wanted to, because it was up just like that, So he was beginning to get the wheels turning. But when they noticed at that very moment, because she could have said, "No, we can go over a little bit." They can say that because I've seen JD Vance do that.
Combative. She got very
Mhm.
combative.
They was
And
running the play.
they told her to
They was running the
they told her to
play.
shut it down.
They ran a play. They like, listen, we gonna pull up late. When we pull up, go in there, distract him, be combative so he
Then
can't get
start
it.
talking.
Hey, just start
Mhm.
talking. It was a whole play they ran.
Brent Bear said it best. He was like, they did what they do in football. They tried to ice the kicker.
Exactly.
Who better prepped her than Tampon Tim?
Tried to ice the kicker. But like I said, the question that she was not ready for, and I think that they were not ready for, was that Joe Biden question. They weren't ready for that one. They see, because sometimes people think, but they don't think about, oh, ain't nobody asked us about Joe. The people that forgot about Joe. No, the hell we ain't. When your ass do. I ain't forgot about this shit because he's still so-called running the damn country. And you out here, having you a tour that only attract 1,000 people a show.
Right.
It's like R. Kelly. While you got a club that he fucking with arenas, baby. What you talking about?
Brother,
go ahead, Muse.
Forgive me. I apologize deeply. I'm not trying to insult no one intelligent. What is that leader that Dennis Rodman met with over there that ruled? What's his name?
Kim Jong-un.
Yes, okay. Him. And what's the other guy? Their name Putin. And so on and so forth. Could you imagine them watching that and know that's the individual that's going to be representing the United States of America at a place and time that this country is in?
Say that.
Muse ain't feeling that at all, and I ain't feeling it either.
I'm just saying.
Don't take it lightly when you talk about these other nations.
Right. So think about it in these terms. She went over there to negotiate with Ukraine and, about Russia and whatever. Didn't go talk to Putin or nothing because they weak like that. 3 days later, Putin invaded Ukraine. So you mean to tell me that this is what we're looking at as far as her stroke? You go over to somewhere and they be like, all right, whatever, heifer, and go do what they're gonna do anyway.
Now she claims she went and warned Putin. Warned Zelensky what Putin was about to do.
Man, please.
And but I'm saying to myself, but
where you think Trump? Where you think Trump would have went? Knocked on Putin's front door.
To Putin.
Hey, Vlad, open up. Let me talk to you for a minute.
But listen, this is what the problem they got, Derek. They got a problem because they claiming Donald Trump have been having conversations with Putin since he been out of office. What's the problem? That's why we ain't been bombed, because Donald Trump been having a conversation with him.
Man, because look, now you got Ukraine lobbying to be in NATO, and that's the last that right there is gonna piss Putin off to the fullest.
No, that's what started this whole thing.
Yes.
But they're not in yet.
But that's what started this whole thing.
Started it.
Right, absolutely. And I'm like, if that happens, we can guarantee World War III. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. And really, like, man, with Trump, and when you look at it, and if you got any type of street etiquette about yourself, and you know how governments are ran, it's similar. It's the streets are a paradigm
Thank
of
you.
government. And you know, when you dealing with somebody, when you dealing with different entities, and you need a mediator, somebody that is a leader that has relationships with different people, that have relationships with different. Trump is that person. This
Absolutely.
is not that person that we're seeing on the screen right here. She is a airhead. She will have us
Exactly.
a third world
Bomb.
country because she
And
don't have any
But
negotiational skills.
well, she doesn't even understand the issues. And so how
Exactly.
can you negotiate something that you have zero clue about? The part where you said that she's an airhead is absolutely right.
But
Yeah.
y'all listen. Do y'all remember when she was debating with Trump, and how she kept loosely degrading these men? Putin, Muse, this is for you. She was loosely degrading Putin, degrading Kim Jong Un, degrading Xi,
Mhm.
and they gonna just do this, and because he got Trump, they got Trump like a puppet and running around like a puppet. You don't know what you're saying, lady. There is a time and place to say a lot of things that you're saying, because what you're saying, we live in this country. We live in this country. And we didn't have no problem with no wars when Trump was in office. You are inciting wars.
Man.
Mhm.
Inciting
She's
wars.
carrying the message. He's
Leave him
carrying the
up.
message. And
Leave
to go back to what Derek was saying earlier, you know, she was sent over there, you know, to go talk to these people and talk them out of invading Ukraine. No, that's not really what happened. She was sent there to carry a message.
Message. A
Mhm.
message.
She had no negotiation
Nope.
powers, ability whatsoever. You know, so she went over there to go, you know, convey their threats and tell them, hey, if you do this, we're going to be mean, you know, and that was her entire role in the whole deal.
But
And the
I
Hey,
thing
saw
that
something else, Noobs, that you told me to go look. So I went and I did my research.
Oh shit. There we
And
go.
when I did my research, this thing got a little bit ugly and a little bit deeper for me. All
Tell
I'm
them.
going to tell everybody, you better go look into Black Rock Inc. Not
yeah.
On
investigation. Invest in whatever that is. But it's in Black Rock Inc. These people, y'all, I'm
everything.
telling you, it's
On
it's
Nope.
it's
everything.
Oh
On
yeah,
nah,
man.
everything.
But
nah.
Block
they'll
rat.
deny it. And if you go back to BlackRock and then we get into Big Vi's territory with
Yes.
R. Kelly, we're going to see who has the majority holdings of
Oh,
Sony.
exactly.
Black Rock.
Mm.
wow.
Exactly. And
Wow.
not just R. Kelly. Let me
Yeah.
let me break this all the way down for y'all. Because it's
Mm-mm.
something that somebody said, and I'm not going to, because I don't want none of that. But yeah, we'll talk about that offline. But anyway, something somebody said, and all I'm gonna say, who is the thorn in R. Kelly's side?
Man, that's what I've been
Person,
asking.
man, person.
You
Mm.
got
Who's the thorn?
some
Who's
one
the
person I
real
can
thorn?
I can think of.
Just one. Just name
Ba-
one.
One,
Hey,
one,
Barry Hankerson.
Okay, my point exactly. Leave that right there. That's gonna happen on the back channel. That
hey,
Mm.
hey,
conversation goes.
hey, hey, remember you sent me this one?
Yes,
Hip hop,
yes,
Kamala
yes.
Harris, and the Democratic Party have come together to destroy America.
Yes, they have.
68 is Linda B. Chat with me.
Today. So today I've got some more bits. Everett Ellison. He is talking about how hip hop, Kamala Harris, and the Democrat Party have come together to destroy America. That is what we're talking about, plus some other news today. And I will share some clips with you about really other little clips that kind of coincide with what Vince Everett Ellison is saying. So stick around. You're not going to want to miss this at all. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe.
You know, when I was a boy, I read this story about a guy named Faust and how Faust made a deal with the devil. He called him Mephistopheles. The devil told Faust he'd give him everything he wanted, but at the end, he's going to take his soul. You know, Faust got what he wanted. Oh, he got fame, he got glory, he got women, he got it all. But then when the devil tried to come and take his soul, Faust tried to buck a little bit, didn't help him. No, he was taken to hell. The devil always gets his due. Guys, we're seeing this happen in real time in the United States of America right now. It is happening in a concentrated way when you look at the life of Sean P. Diddy Combs. It's an American tragedy in some ways.
Talk, baby, talk.
But it also gives us hope in others. It gives us hope that evil doesn't always reign supreme. That some of these people finally get their due. The hip hop culture started back in the 90s, well, late 80s actually. And when it first started, it was an anomaly. I was in my late 30s, early 30s, late 20s when it first started. So it didn't really have an effect on me. I was kind of amazed at it because it was so dirty, it was so nasty that I didn't pay much attention to it. But I was always concerned about what it was going to do to the children being born at that time, knowing that the arts control the culture and the culture controls the politics.
Yep.
It was Socrates, Plato that said, I don't want to be the man that makes the laws. I want to be the man that writes the songs and tells the stories. Because that's the guy that controls the culture. And the culture controls the man that writes the laws.
Talk about it, baby.
Thomas Wolfe, who said that the culture are the arts elevated to a set of beliefs. Listen to me now. The culture is the arts elevated to a set of beliefs. That means that if you want to control society, you don't control politics. You don't control the culture.
You control the music.
You control the arts.
Yep, the art and the music.
When you learn something, what is it called? You learn to fight martial arts. When you go to school, you get your Bachelor of Arts degree. Arts is learning. You're an artist. Oratory is an art. Filmmaking is an art. Writing books is an art form. We learn from the arts. And hip hop was not only an art form, hip hop became a culture. I remember when they started calling it a culture, and I said, where did that come from? I know them ignorant jokers in the ghettos and things didn't come up with that. What's happening here? Well, at first it started, Sugar Hill Gang and guys rapping about being happy and rapping about chasing girls and this and that and the other. That was all right. But then all of a sudden, in the late 80s and early 90s,
Laughing at Sugar Hill was awesome.
And it was a negative, murderous,
hip-hop,
nasty type of music. The glorified hate, glorified killing police, glorified.
But we can kind of pause that right there. You see where he's going with it, like how
Yeah.
hip-hop started. You know what I'm saying? When he was a young man, he was like he was still old enough where this ain't gonna affect me, but I'm curious to see how it's gonna affect the generation behind me.
Exactly.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And how
He
it
was looking at it and
transferred.
saying, "This ain't going to be good."
Because what
Exactly.
people don't even realize is that music, for the most part, is not made or geared or pointed towards adults at all. when back when I was listening to music, we had at 13, 14 years old NWA album, or we had, we had the shit that you wasn't supposed to see or hear. It was easily accessible to kids. It was crazy.
Yeah, and that's just a consumer thing though, because I mean, even when radio popped off, who had the most time on their hands to be able to even listen to radio?
I mean, but kids listened to music a lot back then.
Exactly. That's what I'm
See,
saying.
y'all, let me say this here to y'all. We listen, and I'm talking when I say we, I'm speaking in regards to the certain cultures, and now mainly all cultures listen to the hip hop. But when I was teaching at Head Start, you had, because I was teaching, Head Start was on one side, and you had Quest, which was where the alternative school on the other opposite side. And so you had some of those kids coming and assist. So we missed this young boy that would come over there and assist us, for his grades. He wasn't there he wasn't coming for a while, and we was trying to find out what was going on. Mind you, anything that happens, it hits the news. You're going to see it on the news. So a lot of people don't think about the literally hard rock music.
Right.
This child was listening to the hard rock music every single day. Daddy worked on the ship and so he was gone a lot of times. And mama, being mama, these are rich kids. These kids got money.
You know what?
Time.
And you think about what was it? Go ahead, Noobs. I'm sorry.
I said and time.
Yep.
And so the music told this child to go kill his mama. This had been going on for like a week. That he was steady listening to the same hard rock, this music that it was talking to him. He was in this room, lights dark, and had out whatever these different color lights going off and on, off and on. So he literally went downstairs and killed his mom. We did not know anything about it until almost a year later. They done buried the mom, daddy gone back to work, and ain't nothing never hit the news. So I asked the question then, and I'm asking the question now. Are we gonna say it's hip hop? Are we gonna say music in general? Because there is some music.
I can help you with that. And I'm gonna need Crunch to walk with me. This gonna probably be one of the most profound things I've ever said out of my forehead. I think I've said it before, but I can't recall. I'm gonna name one name in hip hop, and I'm gonna ask Brother Crunch to help me with it when I say the name. To help everybody, Brother Crunch is good to just summarize and just break it down real fast. The late Guru, GameStop. For those of them who don't know, what type of message did this brother bring to the table, Brother Crutch?
Yeah, he definitely gave a positive.
Yeah, GameStop was positive as hell.
Yeah. GameStop was also socially conscious.
Okay. Now, what makes hip hop dangerous? By time you get the message and the impact of the message, it has already, because of the way it's structured, it bypasses your frontal lobe, where your reasoning, that's the gateway, where you hear something in your frontal lobe, your reasoning says, based on one's belief system that's already established from within.
Yep.
It gets the message and the dissemination says, it rejects that. What makes hip hop so dangerous is that the way they arrange it, it bypasses the gateway.
There's vibrations.
Right, you know what I mean?
It's vibrations.
Special Grip talked about that a lot too. Not probably the way I'm saying it, but he talked about a lot of this stuff. So my point is to summarize is this: with music in general, especially with rap and hip hop, it's the only thing that can go into the mind and bypass the frontal lobe, disturb your very conscience, man, woman, boy, or girl, without your consent.
But let's talk about the phenomenon that is rap.
Vote, and I'll pass it to you for vote. What makes that so important is it's a belief system that's indoctrinated in you that has bypassed your frontal lobe of reasoning and dissecting. And it already has made an impact to affect your behavior.
Wow.
So
music is the only thing that has been studied. If you study how both hemispheres of the brain works, it's the only thing that can go into the mind and bypass the frontal lobe of a man or woman, boy or girl, disturb your very conscience without your consent. It's worship.
So
Say that again. Say that one more time.
It's worship that bypasses the frontal reasoning that affects and alters your behavior without your consent. That's why in commercials, always music playing behind. My baloney has her first name is
OSCAR. Yeah.
That's how you learn how to spell baloney. Don't lie.
Yeah, right.
For the catchy tune to anything,
Yep.
So
And
what
believe it or
about,
not, that's how people learn their ABCs.
there you go. So what if I put all type of hidden messages? Even the late John Todd talked about how they used to take certain masters and go into what they had back in the day in the record label where they had a temple room. And they would take that master and put it in the center of a pentagram. And they would do all type of chants that every cell that comes after that doggone master of every album follows that. Because the author of any music follows their music. So whatever the belief system, whatever's in that person, whatever they indoctrinated, whatever they in you, it's in their music. So when you listening to that, even if you go back, and I'll you back on this last point, if you go back to Bone Thugs and Harmony's first album, on the back, a lot of kids were getting messed up by that because it was an incantation on that they would read on the back of the thing. And you listen to some of their early interviews, and Bone Thugs and Harmony said they believed that when they rapped, they was blessed with cloven tongue from another dimension when they rapped. He said this in a lot of their early interviews.
Wow.
Right. But when it comes to like rap and hip hop, I think that rap is a real powerful thing, and they discovered how powerful it was, and that's when it turned. Because there's nothing like somebody talking to you or preaching to you or rhyming to you, and then you put a beat behind it that, you put a track behind it that make a person bob their head in agreement with what you're saying.
Right.
In agreement.
Right.
But I know Derek is a talented, a lot of people don't know. He's a talented R&B artist. You know what I'm saying? Now, You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know, man. Derek, he sang. You know what I'm saying? Now,
I do a little bit.
with that, just in the arts itself,
Mm-hmm.
is one thing. You know what I'm saying? But when we talk about the industry,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
it's a different dynamic. And I was talking to Mika about this. You know, everybody know I rap. You know what I'm saying? And I would say, due to what, you know, like Derek is very talented singing, I rap. A lot of people like, man, tell me like, bro, you very talented. You've been doing this a long time. Why haven't you made it on another level? And due to what this brother is saying that's on the screen right now, I think God saved me
From it.
from
Yep.
that industry, from making
Mm-hmm.
it to that level, because it's a new level, new devils, and dealing this on the level that I'm at and what I've witnessed is something that if I was when I've been doing this 20 years. So if I was 20 years younger and being thrust into this environment, I don't know where I'd be if I would have just made it big and blew up at 20 years old. And you know what I'm saying? It's so much corruption with this. I think it was a blessing that I didn't. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah, I mean,
it's go ahead, bro.
if you look at it, if you look at what happens, you know, like you said, the devil always come back to get his due. You know, and what the industry has people do is they compromise themselves for that dollar, not realizing that what they doing is straight up devil. You know what I'm saying? Some people are naive. Some people know exactly what they done got themselves into when they signed their contract. They ain't had no problem, doing what they needed to do in order to make it. Because you got to think about it. For every talented singer, it's a more talented one that didn't make it.
Okay, so that pause right there, Derek, what you just said. Okay, so that's where I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to chime in. Y'all know my word, them hookers. You knew what you signing up for when you kept going back and you kept going back.
Yeah.
You went home tonight or yesterday. So at some point you went home or you went somewhere. And after you left and you went back and you kept going back, you want me to believe you're a victim? I'm sorry, I ain't gonna be able to do that.
Right, absolutely. So
see, that's the weeds. That's the low level of it. It's a hierarchy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's it's the unseen hand that
There you
is
go. Point, brother.
behind the scenes
Yeah.
pulling the strings. You know
Hey,
what I'm saying?
we need to jump back into what he's talking about, though. We
Oh
can't
yeah,
get
yeah,
wrong.
yeah. Let's get back to it. My bad. Let me get back to it.
My fault,
Yeah,
dog. I'm sorry.
yeah, because he about to dive deep.
Okay.
Fight. The world had never seen anything like that before.
We never seen anything like that before. And you saw the pictures of Tupac and Snoop Dogg, and it looked just very demonic and dark, just those images that he just showed right now. And let me just go back to it a little bit. Just back just a little, just to look at this. If I could get back to it. Looking at this right here. Look at how dark that is and sinister that is. You've got tattoos, you've got this dark hoodie over Snoop Dogg and over Tupac.
Okay,
It's
let's not forget
very
they did
dark
that
and
to Rob.
sinister, and how Ice Cube was mugging over here to the left. You got Dr. Dre. This and the things that they were called the bad boys, and it promoted, like he said, a lot of unaliving. It promoted sexual debauchery. It promoted all sorts of things. It promoted everything demonic and hellish. And I want us to think about the Democratic Party. I want you to think about it, because he just said at the beginning, hip hop, Kamala Harris, and the Democratic Party. Where do you think all this stuff came from. There is a reason behind it. It didn't just come about for no apparent reason. This was pushed onto the Black community, and art controls the culture, and the culture controls the politics. Because I've noticed recently that whatever's pushed in the media, the Democrats control the media, and they push this same thing: the debauchery of the different types of sex, changing how God made you, unaliving of unborn children. That's what's in the music, and it got into the culture, and the culture affects the politics. So that is the reason why I want us to think about that. And again, look at this picture and how sinister and dark it looks.
You know, we listen to Motown,
Jeff,
My Girl.
Jeff, pause for a minute. Pause for a
We
minute, because
listen
I
to
don't want
Marvin
nobody
Gaye.
to think that we're just a basher of the Democratic Party and don't understand, because we were part of that plantation. So for the people that don't understand the Republican Party, I'm gonna just tell it to you in a nutshell. The Republican Party is about that money. Go make that money.
I'm gonna keep it real with you, Nisi. I don't understand them fools. I don't get it because how can you sit up here?
I don't understand them either, but I'm just saying when it comes to the Republican Party, the difference. So she explained what she meant regarding the Democratic Party, and I just wanted people to understand the Republican Party. They don't want to give you something; they want you to go
To
earn your
earn
money
it, yeah,
and make your money.
absolutely, 100%, 100%. Because that's exactly what slavery was. You had a leaky roof over your head, and you went out there and worked, and they gave that to you for that. You know what I'm saying? So you was just hand to mouth in it, but you still had to grind. Now they like, we just want to put you in the corner. You ain't got to do nothing.
No, the
vote
Republican
for
Party
me.
wants
Vote for
you to
me.
go earn your own money.
Here, we give you some free weed. We'll legalize weed. That's what we'll do. Yeah, all right.
Give you some weed to give you a loan that you got to pay back.
So now we got to keep them high. We got to keep these niggas high. Now.
At all times.
keep these niggas high. They coming up off the weed. You legalize it. All right. We get their votes on that, but I'm sure we do. No, you won't, boo boo. I'm sorry. I get mine the way I've been getting it. Don't worry about it. I'm good. I'm serious. That's crazy.
What's going on?
Man.
We listen to Elvis, Suspicious Minds. The music was always about something, about life, about love, about what's going wrong in society, but it never glorified things like violence, never glorified murder, never glorified calling women the B word and the W word. This was something new. We were expecting it to be snuffed out, that the government was going to do something, or that the courts are going to do something to say, no, this stuff is obscene. Take it and put it somewhere where children can never, ever hear it. No. That didn't happen. And you know why that didn't happen? That didn't happen because the Democratic Party saw it as a means of control. I know what y'all saying already. We done saw Donald Trump with Lil Wayne and maybe 50 Cent. That's just Donald Trump with a few rappers. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had a celebration of hip hop at the White House.
Oh.
Barack Obama had a bunch of hip hop and dirty rappers in the Oval Office. They glorify this thing on a whole other level now, and they still talking about shooting, fighting, killing police, knocking the food. That ain't changed. If anything, now they worse. Case in point, Kamala Harris come on stage in Atlanta, one of her first speeches after getting the nomination. Who she bring on stage with her? Megan Thee Stallion.
Wow.
And Megan was shaking. Had
Dude,
two other girls on the other side of her just shaking. Then she had Offset come on. He a rapper. Been in jail 15, 20 times. And had them speaking for her. Why? Because she see herself as part of that crazy, nasty, malcontented, stupid, satanic culture.
Mm-hmm.
Hip-hop culture is sex, violence, and materialism. All they talk about is the women they got,
It's not all the way. It's
jokers
not
they
only
done
that.
shot, and how much money and gold they got. That's the hip-hop culture. And the Democratic Party sees value in it. But this is a murderous, dangerous, satanic culture. So I knew that a whole lot of them have gotten killed in the past. So I just looked up something online.
It's not limited to
So I
them.
asked the question, how many rappers have been shot to death? And I said, Lord have mercy. They listed 77 that they know of. Now listen to me. 77 rappers. They say that the death of a rapper is 35 times more than the death of just a normal human being in the United States of America. The odds of a rapper getting murdered is 35 times more than the odds of any other person in the United States of America. That's how dangerous this culture is. Some of the rappers that have gotten shot.
Hold on, Jeff. Pause for a minute.
Scott LaRock, he got killed in 1987. Paul C.
Okay, this is the rapper. This is what he's speaking on regarding the rapper. So the question that everybody should be having at this point right now, well, why would you lock R. Kelly up? R. Kelly didn't get in line? Or
R. Kelly did actually change culture. Let's not get that twisted.
No, hold on. I'm going somewhere. R. Kelly music literally was about making babies.
Right.
It was about making babies. I ain't heard no music where R. Kelly is telling two men to go do it together, and two women, let's do this here together. I ain't heard no music like that. But you lock him up because first of all, you're doing, when it comes to the rappers, you're promoting the shooting, the killing, and all of the extra, and you locking up anyone that's promoting making babies.
You know what? That's actually deep. That's deep as hell right there. Because you got to think about it. Songs like Pregnant and, him saying populating his songs and all that crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. That's deep.
Yeah, because you got these people in opposite that's of the evil one that's influenced by the evil one that's talking about depopulating the earth. You know what I mean?
They depopulate, but he said populate.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But listen what I said now. When I said that statement, remember when I said that statement about music can go into the mind of a man or a woman? I didn't say what type of music. I said music.
Right. So when you look at that,
only hip hop or only rap. No.
Yeah, and it dives so deep.
Women, you got to remember groups like Black Sabbath, who spoke about the desecration of God's holy Sabbath. You got groups like Sympathy for the Devil. I respect what the brother was saying. You don't point a lot of stuff he's saying, but you got to incorporate all the rest of that stuff too.
Thank you.
Across the board, because it don't matter what type of music it is. It's music.
Music is music.
People, and if you understand the background of music and who actually was the musician in heaven and got cast out,
that's my only point.
Then you can understand.
Y'all remember the old OGs that came out and spoke. It ain't been that long ago. I think it was sometimes about a year ago. It was some OG rappers. They said they was trying to give game to the young rappers. They was letting them know, anytime you come on the fast track and they giving you a house. They giving you well, I ain't gonna say a house. They said cars. They giving you cars and money. You better leave it alone. Don't get it. Don't
Look
take
at
it.
prime example.
Just as fast as they bring you in, they getting ready to take you out.
Prime example. In real time, we've watched this. Lil Nas X. In real time, we watched somebody who was clearly straight when they started out turn into a demonic homosexual, strip teasing the devil in the video.
Right.
I mean, just that quick. He was clearly straight. Like, I'm like, hold on, what happened here? But he did it for the money. Absolutely 100%, I believe he did.
Comes with a price.
You know, but we gonna see in some years how he turn out. We actually are. Things like that we gonna see. We gonna see how that turn out. He might have been at some of them Diddy parties. You never know.
But I'm going to say this here regarding the Diddy parties. I'm going to have to give Diddy the benefit of the doubt. The reason why is because Diddy ain't done no more. Because you got too many people that's much higher than a Diddy.
I mean, and you're absolutely 100% correct.
Too many people that's much higher than a Diddy that's going to allow Diddy to even get to that level of thinking.
And what it is that they use and they lie to these people, man. Diddy probably discovered he was getting lied to, and he's like, "Oh, okay, so I'm gonna film y'all." You know, I feel like that at this point, R. Kelly didn't do enough damn filming, if that's the damn case. Because these fools around here was off the
Darn
chain.
if you do and darn if you don't. And why I say that, because Rob got that from Mike Tyson. And so they claimed if Mike Tyson had video, then he, then it'd have been all okay. But if your video is good sometimes, but we don't know. But at this point right now, dealing with these demonic forces that we're dealing with, we better be praying. That's all I can say.
So this is what I think happened with Diddy. I think Diddy kind of went in knowing what was going on, which was why he was doing all of that filming. Because sometimes people are aware of what the hell is going on.
And Diddy not dumb.
You know, and he probably figured, well, shit, if they're going to go eventually get me, then I'm going to have a bunch of footage on them. I really believe, seriously,
Yeah, I believe that too.
And I believe that he did what he did, as far as his sexual preferences at this point in life, y'all done set it up to where, what can we do about it? But at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, I do feel like right now he getting that same situation where females are coming out of the woodworks, blatantly lying when they know they was at the party on their own or they pursued Diddy on their own. I just feel like that. Now I know in my mind, especially with Diddy, I do feel like that he did some things. You know what I'm saying? Especially from my childhood, I feel like he responsible, if not directly, indirectly responsible for Pac's death and Biggie's death. Because he was all the way reckless. You don't stand up in the middle of a bunch of gang members and say, I got $1 million on a nigga head and think that ain't nothing gonna happen.
But I still think that's a little deeper than what meets the house.
But you know what? Sometimes the simplest explanation is the right one. Sometimes the simplest one is the right one. And I feel like it went down like this. This is my theory. This is one of those prophet moments muse. Okay. So what I feel like happened is Diddy, just like old boy Keefe D said, jumped his goofball ass up in the middle of a bunch of gang members and said, I got $1 million on this nigga. If anybody can go ahead and kill him. Okay, so he go back to New York, fight happen and all of that shit. Fight break out, golden opportunity. He already said we can get $1 million off this nigga. Pops him, bam, kills him. Okay, Diddy come back and Diddy was a little grimy. He wasn't paying his own artists. So what make you think that he was gonna pay some Negroes for taking somebody out? So they wanted to collect. Didn't work out like that. He didn't pay him. Cause he's like, I ain't mean that or whatever the hell. So you got to get your get back. They come to LA. They kill his artist. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I follow you on that. It makes sense to me. It seemed like what they got. The problem that I have with the whole Diddy situation is that the charges that they're charging them with are fugazi.
They interesting as hell, ain't they?
They
And
fugazi.
they did not have no RICO.
So they testing baby oil for drugs now?
Exactly. And who's
Exactly.
to say y'all didn't put some drugs in the baby on?
I'm just saying that them charges. I mean,
Y'all
we
know
went
they
on.
dirty. Stop acting like they ain't dirty. Y'all know our government is dirty.
Oh my God.
We can all say that Diddy probably had some involvement allegedly with all these different people that wind up dead, but they not charging him with that. They charging
No.
him with the Mann Act. They charging him with
Thank
RICO,
you.
alleged some sex trafficking type of stuff. I don't agree with that. I don't believe that Diddy was sex trafficking anybody. I don't think that was his play. You know what I'm saying? But see, the problem that
But
I
you
have is
listening
this.
to Jaguar.
Yeah, and this is the same thing that you charged R. Kelly with, and we all know that was both. You know what I'm saying? So
Now they
it's like
all getting books, writing books.
you drawing up all this propaganda, around this man named Diddy. You know what I'm saying? When we got enough evidence of our own throughout the years to say, well,
Thank
shit.
you.
I mean, if you ain't charging them with that, then
Right.
you must.
I mean, we know the nigga did dirt. We knew back he was a little sweet and flashy back in the day. We just didn't say nothing. We ain't say nothing about Luther Vandross. We just listened to his damn music. We really don't care.
Exactly.
We
That's your
really
sex
don't
preference.
care.
Whatever your sex preference ain't got nothing to do, and
We
that should
really
not
don't
lock
care.
you up.
Yeah.
We really don't care. But when you know what I'm saying, the thing about it is that we know that the government gonna trump these thing on charges up. They wanted him ever since Cassie came out, and when that video came out, him whooping on in the elevator, that's when all the self-righteous people was like, "Oh
All
my
hell
God,"
broke loose.
But they still forget, but they still have that selective memory where a woman, and I'm sorry, I just gotta, people call me biased when it comes to my men, but hey, it is what it is. I ain't gonna let my grandson get popped across the head with no phone, and you just run off with his money like ain't nothing supposed to happen to you. So he's supposed to lay down like a punk.
So my thing is this with Diddy. Don't go down by yourself, buddy. Take everybody. Nino Brown the situation if you got to. For real. We might not have nobody to listen to.
I wish you had left here, because you know, and I know, and everybody else know this United States they call of America is not fair, ain't been fair, and I know what you tried to do.
It kind of speaks volumes to me. Like when a person don't leave and run and skip the country, that speaks volumes to me. That speaks volumes to me.
And that means that they are innocent.
Seriously, and you got the money and the means to go somewhere and still live your life the same. Oh, bye. I'll see y'all later. I'll fly my family members.
Hey, I told y'all I would. I'm sorry. I'd have been
I'll
gone.
fly my family members and friends in to see me. I'm out.
Hey, I would have been over there with Russell Simmons, man. I'd have been over there with Russ.
Screw all of that, bro. I'm gone.
Hey, Diddy and Kills.
Hey, Jeff, I told Russell, move over, sweetie. I'm here.
Yeah, let me get the
And
guest room.
you can say there go the neighborhood all you want, but I'm gonna be there.
Let me get the guest room, Let me get the guest room.
'Cause they
I want to
coming.
pivot a little bit back, because I don't want to venture too far off the topic of the subject. I want to kind of go back. We can touch back on the Diddy situation, kills, all that.
It's deep,
But
baby.
we talking about Kamala the Chameleon, right? And,
Oh yeah, sorry.
man, shout
It's
out to the 5 on Fox, right? And I want to get y'all take on this, man. And I love
I mess with the 5, bro. With my people.
yeah, bro. Judge, the judge, man. I love the lady judge.
Oh,
She ain't say her name.
Janine Pirro. I know
Yeah,
she used to be something else back in the day. On her
yeah,
little court show.
yeah, man. I want to go ahead and get into some of this they had to say about the whole situation with Kamala going on Fox, Let's get
Last
to
night,
it.
Jesse, over 7 million, and that was just on the television.
You know what she's really good at?
What?
Not taking any responsibility. She's actually excellent at that. If you wanted to watch something for 25 minutes, not take any responsibility, last night was amazing. She is a typical lawyer who enjoys arguing but doesn't have a point. She said nothing bad happened over the last 4 years, but nothing happened either. She never mentioned one accomplishment over the last 4 years, not chips, not inflation reduction, nothing. And if you're Biden, you're watching this interview, you're like, okay, thank you. This was really bad. She did not look presidential to me. I remember even in contentious interviews where like Riley would interview Barack Obama, pointing in his face. And Obama had this charming way where he'd be like, Bill, calm down. Like, that's not how things work. And creates this sort of connection with the interviewer. And she doesn't have the ability to do that. She's ice cold. She's unlikable. And
You
her
said
arguments
that,
are incoherent. At one point, she said Donald Trump has to take responsibility for everything that happens in his administration. She goes, but I don't have to take any responsibility for what happens in the Biden-Harris administration. Or she says, the border has always been broken, but it was secure when I was there, except during an election year when Trump broke it. You cannot follow it. It's all illogical. She said she never noticed anything bad about Joe Biden. She's the nominee because Biden was bad.
She said she's the last one to leave the room.
Democrat reaction to this, they don't seem that happy. But I wanted to bring something for Jessica.
A gift for me?
Trump has now taken the lead in every single battleground state and is now ahead in the betting markets bigger than he ever has been.
And he gave it
I leave you with that.
Well, since you invoked her name, I got to go to her next. Jessica, I mean, the goal for Kamala Harris yesterday, what was it, and did she reach it?
So the goal was to not satisfy anyone sitting on this panel. Partisans, people who generally know how they're going to vote, have their preferences. If there are any undecideds left, and I'm getting skeptical that there are many of them with 19 days to go, 18 days to go, or whatever, and maybe it's just between Kamala and the couch or Trump and the couch, I think she did accomplish that goal. Because those people, if they're voting on immigration, I could guess how they're voting. If they're voting on reproductive freedom, I know how they're voting. And what Kamala Harris needed to do was to show up, to look tough, to not get rattled. I would disagree with my very generous colleague who brought me a gift today about her looking presidential. I think she handled herself really well, and she looked like the prosecutor who has won a lot of elections in the past, statewide elections, and had a very successful career. I think that she did particularly well in.
Hey, that's a bunch of man. They gotta have one person on the they gotta have one person on the panel that's full of cap.
I'm like, she lying her ass off, man. She probably ain't got none anyway.
Against Donald Trump's character. When she discussed the enemy within comments that he made on Maria Bartiromo's show and then struggled to clean up, or actually just refused to clean up when he was talking to Harris in the town hall. And clearly they have message tested unstable, unfit, lacks the competency to do the job and the character. And that's where she is leading by really sizable proportions. So 7 million people saw her last night. If even a fraction of them were looking to feel confident that she could do the job, I think they would walk away from that saying that she can.
Okay, and Judge, what did
I
you
would say they
think?
need some health evaluation.
Hey, this lady finna go in.
All right, so listen
Oh,
up.
they want to come
State
with
Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. No, thank you.
We,
I got a
we
friend
get
who
you.
told me
We can
about this
get you
website.
together on that, man. Get you a young ad blocker or something, man, so you can ride smooth.
When I watched her right in the beginning, she started pointing at Brett. She pointed at him throughout most of the interview. I found that very offensive. I thought that Brett did an excellent job of trying to get her to answer the questions. I think she was contentious. I think she made it clear that she has a short fuse. And I think that she filibustered. She was non-responsive. She was combative. And she was grandstanding. I think that even more important is the fact that her job yesterday in coming on Fox was to try to convince people to want to vote for her. There was nothing that she said that would make anyone want to vote for her, because everything was about not what she's done, but how terrible Donald Trump is. And those people have already decided that, with all due respect, they're not the undecideds. Okay, and she wasted an opportunity to convince people of that. And I have two specific points. When she was asked about the transgender, the law that required the government to pay for transgender surgeries, she was spineless. She was weak. We all know what she meant when she said, "I'm going to follow the law." And she said, "Well, it was the law when Trump was there." Well, first of all, it's not a law. It's a regulation. Second of all, none of those surgeries occurred during the Trump administration. You know why, Kamala? Because he fought them and he fought the regulation.
But people got
the first
hormone therapy.
transgender surgery was during Kamala and Joe Biden's administration. Now, take responsibility, stand up for what you believe, and stop being weak. Second point, to say that Donald Trump is not fit is laughable when this is a woman who told the American people that Joe Biden was competent, she was the last person in the room, and that it was his ineptitude that led to her being the candidate for president of the United States. I mean, she has no credibility as far as I'm concerned. And I thought that she was very weak, and I thought that Brett did everything he could to restrain himself from a woman who wasn't interested in conversing.
One of the ways to ask that.
Ding, 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 ding. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, she laid it out.
Can you imagine other leaders looking at that you have to sit down and talk to, being the representative of the United States, other major heavy hitter leaders, seeing that?
Man,
it's a joke to them.
If you cannot handle an interview with people like, I wouldn't even say Brett was being hard. He was just asking. He was asking questions that the American people wanted answers to. How can you sit across from other worldly leaders and you can't even sit across another American asking you questions about America like that?
Right, you're gonna send us into another war.
Look at her whole premise on her interview was, when in doubt, attack Donald Trump.
Right.
If you ain't got no answer, Trump did it. The border bill, damn it. The economy. You get to talk to her about the economy. She's like, but the border bill, he said he called up his friends and said to kill the bill. I thought he didn't have no friends. Y'all can't figure it out.
He said he ain't even in office and he still got the juice.
I'm telling you. That's the person I want in office. The one that ain't in office and still got the juice.
What part she don't understand?
Right.
That's the one I want.
Pretty much.
All right, man. Hey, Mika said she had to cut out, man. She wanted to send her love and blessings to everybody, but she had to.
It's understandable, dog. That's crazy, though, man. It's like, man, I'm glad that she blessings. Mika, go on, do your thing, go to sleep. It's late. Nah, but man, I'm telling you, that shit crazy. Cause look at it.
All right, brother News. All right.
She has nothing. It's like nothing. Like she ain't answered a question since she got nominated. She is not a simple yes or no. Give
Brother
me a
Provoke.
number.
Brother
Yeah.
Provoke. That's why food is real slow. Regardless of what a person into politics, they will verse. I'm not. I got common sense. You know what I mean? So I just sit back, use deductive reasoning and observation, aka
Right.
common sense. Common sense.
Right.
And whatever side you on, that's you between you and your God, whatever, brother Cruz. Just watching that interview, if I didn't see nothing else, don't know nothing else about her back record, what they said about she did prosecute, what she did to black men, forget all of that stuff. You finna run for the president position of the United States of America. Let's pause. You already was elected VP, and your resume thus far, and then look at this interview. I'm concerned about you being a leader. If you can't even handle this person interviewing you with questions, and he was light compared to what you might have to negotiate with other world leaders that we might have an issue with. What is you going to do for the United States? What are you going to set us up? What are you going to do?
So people don't understand how many Democrats tuned in to Fox to watch this. People don't even understand that part because you know, common sense thinking Democrats or independents. This was because people know it's some smart people out here that talk they crap and know good and doggone well that this woman ain't answered a single freaking question. It's people that know it, but they still capping for
her. Right.
They know for a fact that she's not answering any questions, but they still capping for her because the problem is that Trump bad. And Trump is going to be a dictator on day one. Anybody,
when they say that, though, bro.
Anybody but him. Anybody.
Receipts when they say that. It's okay to have that stance, but just back it up.
So when you look at it, Muse, when you look at it like that, and you understand that you got people that tuned in, I feel like that these people was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Especially when you get to the question that everybody wanted to know. When did your ass know?
Right.
Jeff, do you have that video of Joe Biden and Obama talking, and the interpreter show where they're literally talking about how bad she really is?
She's not as strong as me.
You know what? I saw it, but I don't even got it queued up.
Okay.
Send it to me on Messenger. I can pull it up, but.
While you doing it, let me say this. I don't know if y'all saw this, but I forgot to send it to Brother Crutchman and Baroque. Just touch my soul, Nishimo. It was a clip. I forgot why I came across. I think I sent it to my email so I wouldn't lose it. That Donald Trump was President Trump was addressing talking about Michael Jackson and giving a lot of accolades, man, and talking good on him and how Michael came to the house a lot. He said Michael came up to the house a lot. Man, played with his kids, interact with. I mean, highly respecting him. He said, man, no negative, no nothing. It was a clip that happened just come up on my feed, man. I'm like, man, where does it come from?
Yeah, Jeff, you got that, don't you? I think Jeff should have it.
I was like, wow, that's awesome. You know what I mean?
But Muse, listen. If it came out regarding Robert, Robert got a story too, and so that story doesn't line up with what people wanted it to be. And his story will be pretty much the same, but a little twist to it is
Right,
that Michael had the money to pay and Robert didn't.
right, right, right,
Because they knew what to do ahead of time.
right. There you go. There you go, Farouk.
Take
Yep.
his money, mess
There
his
you
money up, steal his
go.
money, do whatever you got to do.
They've been plotting it, bro. They was plotting it. They was already on the game. They was plotting it, bro. They was playing. Man,
Man,
they was doing this a long
oh,
time before they got to that point, bro. That's what I'm telling
Thank
you. You
you.
think all of a sudden they come and just arrest them? No, they took their time doing this. They say that last doggone trial, we ain't finna go out like that. We still
Thank
feeling some type of way about that.
Yeah,
So
but
we
people
gonna
got
be short time
man,
around.
we could get off into like some more Obama though. You know what I'm saying? Like and Kamala, like Candace Owens been going in.
yeah,
Are they greedy politicians? You know what I'm
Candace
saying?
is my girl, man. That
And
lady.
I love Candace, man.
Candace ain't playing, baby.
She
You
need to
ain't
run.
hey,
She
this
need to
makes
run
any
for
sense,
president.
just
I
like
believe that
they
Kamala
say
is
you not the daddy, she's saying you ain't black.
Man.
She could run for president. I might vote for her. Shit.
Yeah, now that's a female that I would have faith in voting for.
She got extreme common sense. Like her common sense level is like just next level. It's next level common sense. It's like okay,
Her and Gabby Tolson. Gabby Tolson. Oh yes.
Yeah,
Gabby Tolson.
it's some
you
women
talking, you
that
talking about yeah. You talking about Tulsi
women
Gabbard?
I mean Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah. I meant Tulsi. Child, it's late, y'all. Y'all know it's late. Time for me to go to bed.
lying
See,
about
that's why
her
you got choked.
genealogy.
That's why your
And
behind
I
got
believe the
choked.
state is helping her to do that, just as Yoishi is asserting. I believe there is a collaborative effort here behind the scenes. And my gut sends me that way because I mean, I just put myself in her situation. If I had a person with a platform of my size out there saying, oh, Candace is lying about the fact that her grandma was born and raised between St. Thomas and Tortola and grew up on the islands, and like that her grandma is black, I would be first and foremost livid because of how close I was to my grandma. Okay. Like raised in her house during my formative years. My grandmother is Caribbean. Like I would be in 5 seconds out there being like, who are you to tell me that my grandmother is not black, to tell me that my grandmother did not grow up on the islands, to tell me that my grandmother didn't have a thick Caribbean.
They messed up with Candace when they came after
Yeah,
Janet Jackson.
Janet.
She got to be
Janet.
a huge. She's a huge Janet Jackson fan.
Let's say it
And
like it is.
I'm gonna
Gary,
tell y'all
Indiana.
who's another one
Gary,
that nobody
Indiana's
give her credit.
finest.
And how she found this
Gary,
out.
Indiana. Yeah.
How she found this out. A lot of things that Candace found out. People don't want to give her the credit, but I have to give her credit where credit is due, and that's Angela Stanton King. She knew. She said, "I know Donald Trump personally. I don't know of him. I know him personally." And so for people to say the things that they're saying about him, there is not a prejudiced bone in this man's body.
I don't think so. Go ahead, keep it rolling, brother. Keep it rolling.
Caribbean accent. And first and foremost, I used to correct my grandma. She'd say, throw it away, throw it away. I say, grandma, it's throw. It's throw, grandma. Throw it away. No, grandma, it's throw, grandma. When I was a little kid, she'd be like, out the light. I'd be like, grandma, we don't say out the light. It's turn the lights off, grandma. There's just no way that I would just be mum. Only just one picture of her in a book. And then like, I'm not even going to.
Well, there are pictures of Bush with his arm around 8-year-old Barack Obama because his stepdaddy, adopted daddy, Lolo Soetoro.
Hold fast,
had
big
done-
fella. Hold fast, big fella. Now,
Whoa,
he
whoa,
finna break down Obama
whoa.
whole background.
He didn't already jump the gate.
You know, Judge
Judge
O'Brien,
Brown
you got to
break down
listen
Obama.
to him.
Oh yeah.
Damn, I gotta go back.
Yeah, man. Oh wow, I didn't know you had him, bro.
Bro, he finna break down, man, how his family, like, who are these people, man? Obama was born in Indonesia. No, he was born in Indonesia, raised up until 10. Then from 10 to high school, he was in Hawaii. His family, his father was an African that was like dead
So
before.
when was Trump lying?
Thank you. His
Mm-hmm.
Obama's stepfather was a part of the CIA
CIA.
by, by way of Indonesia. Was one of the
That mama was she was a spy for Russia.
yeah. He finna break this thing down. This like who is this guy? Like where did he come from? And
But the
Before you do that,
question that
let me make
I
a statement,
have,
bro.
Jeff, before
Let me
you
make
start playing it, how
a
are we? Who's really hoodwinking us as American people? Because last time I checked, and this is the same message that Donald Trump had, and I have to speak on behalf of January 6th, the people of January 6th. We want to know, when do we start allowing people that was not Native Americans to be presidents?
Yeah, because they trying to get us a Canadian one, not a Canadian Indian. Yeah.
Let's go with it.
Yeah.
Take a listen.
Well, there are pictures of Bush with his arm around 8-year-old Barack Obama because
Stop. Hold on. He went clean off. He said George Bush arm around Obama. Mind you, we just told you his family a part of the CIA. Now Obama in Indonesia at 8 years old.
And who endorsed Kamala?
Hey, we gotta watch
let me
the video.
let me let me solidify what Mr. Joe Brown just said. The reason why Pac was targeted, when you really pay attention, is because Pac was aware and started speaking about the Committee of 300. Who run this planet Earth, literally. How
Let's go.
presidents are made
Yes, sir.
from the generation bloodline. Pac was talking about that, and he dared to say, when they asked him, where do you see yourself in X amount of years, he said, sitting across the table from the candidate.
Yeah.
Pac was strategically trying to position himself in a position for politics.
He had done already made it there, baby. Standing in front of that courthouse.
The rise of
roll the video, bro. We gotta get to the video.
All right, let's get through
it. You gonna roll it?
Because his stepdaddy, adopted daddy, Lolo Sotoro.
Remember that name, Lolo Sotoro, CIA agent.
Okay.
Obama's stepdad.
Had done a lifetime worth of business with the Bushes.
Wow. Hold on now. I'm high. He rolled it out so fast. I got to stop it.
Right.
So
Right.
catch everything he's saying.
Okay.
Lolo Sotoro, Obama's stepdad, with the CIA, with the Bushes. Let's go.
Okay.
Uncle George Herbert Walker, after whom George Herbert Walker Bush, Bush 1 president, was named, founded Halliburton in 1946 in Oklahoma. And Lolo Sotoro had been international executive vice president for Standard Oil.
There was talk of him being a CIA asset.
Well, yeah. See, he ran the death squads for the Indonesian army.
Indonesian.
He ran the death squad for the Indonesian army. Lolo Sotoro, Barack Obama's stepfather. Note that. That's wrong.
His own call, anyone could be assassinated. So when George Herbert Walker Bush became head of the CIA under the Ford administration, he just got with his old buddy.
I know y'all got to go, but he said anyone can be assassinated. Who was assassinated under Barack Obama?
Saddam Hussein.
Huh?
Was it Saddam Hussein?
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
How did Barack Obama know how to go directly to get Saddam Hussein?
Mm-hmm.
Help us, Holy Ghost.
Shout out to Candace Owen. The name of this is "Are They Breeding Politicians?" And we're gonna get up out of here after this. After this video, we're gonna say out. I just want to leave y'all with this though, because who is the people that are not elected but selected to
That's
run
what
this
that
nation?
300 book is about.
There you go.
Buddy in the oil business, Lolo Sotoro, and pulled off the hits. See, Barack's grandmother has been acknowledged as being the woman that operated the channels through which CIA money went to the Southwest Pacific. So she introduced her daughter, who had just had Barry Barack, to Lolo Sotoro, and they got married, and Lolo Sotoro adopted Barack Obama. The name was changed to Barry Sotoro.
Hold on. Now, how many times? Now, Trump won line, right? Because he
Thank
said that.
you.
Wow.
He said that back in 2016.
Yep.
He said that back in 2017.
Yeah.
And Michelle Obama wrote in her book how she feels her and her family was harassed by Donald Trump.
Barry Soetoro, huh?
Yeah, and then he changed it back to Barack because his real daddy was an African from Kenya, but the mama remarried, and when she remarried, he took on Barry Santero. But then when he died, he went
But the
back to Barack.
question, hold on, Jeff, it's the reason why you adopted that name. See, y'all going fast over this. Saturo, what was Saturo part of?
CIA.
Huh?
Indonesia.
CIA,
Indonesia, but he was also connected to an oil company.
Standard Oil.
Standard Oil. Standard Oil was what? And now, who is Standard Oil now?
Was that Amoco?
Well, Amoco for y'all, but it's Chevron for us.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. And he gonna tell you how Barack inherited 1/3 of this man's Lolo Sotero inheritance.
Now, when he went to high school in Hawaii, I know about that high school. I almost sent my oldest son to it. I could afford it, but I didn't think he deserved it. 20 years ago, the tuition was $95,000 a year. Now,
He went to a school, a private school for
But you're middle
95,000.
school. But you're middle class.
But you middle class.
Wow.
Including room and board. When Obama went there, I've talked to two of his classmates. They independently state that the tuition, not including room and board, was $45,000. Now, Business Insider reports his income for 2017 at over $200 million net. That's after taxes, deductions, write-offs. For this last year, 2018, they reported it as $570+ million. And that's after all deductions, tax, right? Trump doesn't make that net.
Hold on. He did this interview back in 2019. Out the blue, he said Trump doesn't even make that in net.
Okay, Trump doesn't make that debt, but Trump didn't take not one salary from the United States of America.
Wow.
I mean, even some of the richest people in America don't make that. Why? Because when his stepdaddy died, he was one of the 10, 15 richest men on earth. And he left everything in a trust fund operated out of Indonesia, so the American government can't touch it. That makes Barack Obama 1/3 beneficiary for the assets of one of the 10, 15 richest men on earth.
Okay, now pause, Jeff. Do y'all
How did
know who put
Barack
that out
Obama?
first? Do you remember after they told him he could not say in the name of Jesus, and that they called this man crazy because of his preaching? After they did that, the church put out that they looked and investigated this person, and he's not who the people think he is.
Wow. Wow. I mean, this is the playback value on this. I played this back about 10 times. I had to stop it because he's rapid fire with this.
Right.
Yeah, you got to listen to Joe.
Yeah.
You miss something.
See,
And
so
you know who I'm talking
we
about,
got a game.
Uncle Muse? Muse, you know who I'm talking about? The pastor there in Chicago?
Yeah. Jeremiah, right.
Yes.
Game run on us. So, you know that little thing that Bush W does when he gets with Michelle, they giggle and he gives her candy. The inside thing is that's supposed to be the same kind of candy he used to give to her husband when he was 6, 7.
Hold on. You know how close Bush and Michelle Obama is? That's why they be all hugged up. Every time they see each other, he give Michelle a piece of candy. It's because that's what he used to do to Barack Berry when Berry was 8 years old in Indonesia, because they both were CIA operatives.
Okay, Jeff, y'all don't remember me telling y'all the rally we had, how Barack Obama came to Houston and spent the week before Daddy Bush passed? I know I remember saying it because I had a problem with the concert they had at the White House and didn't invite Kales because they was already trying to lock him up.
7, 8 years old.
Oh, wow.
All I'm saying is that when you hear the truth, it just hits differently. And it's the only thing that makes sense because we're looking around and we're going, where are these people coming from? Like it feels like they're just being minted as leaders. I mean, Kamala Harris didn't even win. They just moved Joe Biden aside and said, here you go, vote for Kamala. I mean, that's completely crazy. If this is supposed to be a democracy, right? If we're supposed to be having this system in which any person can be president of the United States, why does it only feel as though people that are deeply connected in a web of politics are the ones that do become presidents of the United States? Why does it always feel that it's somebody who has a shady upbringing, who someone like Barack Obama, who spends time on an island, very likely was a part of a military program, people like the Bush family, like the Clinton family? Why does it feel as though we don't have the system that we purport to have?
Wow. Video 300.
Is it starting to sink? Is it starting to sink in for those that may have a question of what's going on? Is it starting to sink in a little bit? Because Judge Joe Brown just laid it out. This is a military. These people come out of nowhere. Barack Obama, how did he become a senator in Chicago?
And he was never known.
Who knew of Barack Obama?
Nobody.
I ain't never heard of him. Where did he come from? And then when we do the history and unveil the history, he was from Indonesia, went to Hawaii, and then when he finally went to college, he was in California. How did you wind up in Chicago? Most senators in their respective states grew up in them states. He didn't grow up in Chicago or Illinois for that matter. He didn't grow up in the United States of America.
And the first place that Kamala's mama came to when she come from India, wherever she's from, was Chicago, and that was never mentioned.
Exactly. Exactly. So I just wanted to leave y'all with that, man. We 5 hours in. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that's
just
mind
talk.
blowing, brother. That's mind blowing. I'm gonna go back and look up that, man. That's mind blowing, bro.
Yeah. Just something, man. Like we got like Derek name in, man. Just to provoke people thoughts, man. Get your thoughts flowing, man. It's been a
Yes,
great
sir.
live. I appreciate y'all coming through, man. Y'all go
Man,
ahead. Bless
man, I
the people.
appreciate the fellowship, though, brother. I've been, man, we've been missing this, man. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Ain't a lot of
sir.
the platform that we can, and not just the topic we talk about, just the fellowship, man, and make sure
Yes,
everybody's mindset and mental state is doing better. You know what I mean? And it's
Yeah.
crazy what we've been in, man. So this was just good for me, man. I needed this, man.
Oh yeah, hey brother Muse, man, I'm so happy, man. Y'all, yeah, you came through, and I know, man, and you and Lex was saying in the chat, man, somebody need to go live. I said, man, that's hey, it's fellowship time. If we don't do
that's
nothing else,
it.
we need to come together and just see how each other's doing and just
Yes,
polish
sir.
just show that love, that brotherly and sisterly love, and come on and
And,
do what we do, man. This is what we do. You know what I'm saying?
and I'm gonna say this last thing, and then I'm gonna go and get out of here. Love you, Nishimo. Love you, brother
Love you,
Crush.
baby.
This
Love
one
you too,
thing
bro.
I've been noticing, man, and I had to really pray about this, man, and really get this. And when I say this phrase like this, I said this to one of my elders, and that's stay next door to me, and he wound up right away putting it and uploading it on, Facebook and all that. I don't go on that stuff like that, but I said this to him. We had a conversation similar, because he was trying to run for alderman and all that. So he tapped into the industry, but he's a man of faith. I said, man, this faith walk
Hmm.
ain't no cakewalk.
Ain't no
Hmm.
cakewalk, man. Yes, indeed. Hey, shout out to
People don't.
brother.
That's a,
Yeah,
that one that needs to be said over and over.
mm, you know what I mean? And that's what Pac was talking about in that prison interview when they asked him. He said, well, when we do stand up for our communities, we don't get the help and support that we should get. Pac was saying this back then. Now mind you, he was
Yeah.
in prison. He was speaking from a clear mind. You know what I mean? And he said, when we still stand up, we don't get the support. We get towed down. We get sick and all of that. He said, so you wonder why, NIWGA tend to fall back and live, and I'm paraphrasing, tend to fall back and live a negative lifestyle. He said, because to them it's safer. Because, in other words, he said to stand up and really
Hmm.
stand for what's right and walk this righteous path for
Hmm.
humanity to make an impact and a difference, you got to understand the demonic forces that you got to deal with.
Hmm.
People don't understand what this real faith walk is about, man. That you're gonna be taken. You got people who possessed by demons for real.
Yes.
That's our places, man.
But my brother, I know we're getting ready to get out of here, but I need y'all to understand this here. The reason why I fight so hard for you all. And I need y'all to understand. I know the battle and the attack that all of you are under. And I don't think people really, really, truly understand.
Yeah,
Even the homosexual community,
right.
men are really under an attack. That's how
Yeah,
you know we are in a spiritual warfare.
yeah, 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 yeah,
This is a
yeah,
spiritual warfare. And until women understand the warfare that we're under and the attack that our men are under,
yeah,
we're never gonna get it. We're gonna be doing the same thing year after year, year in and year out, because you don't understand the attack that's on our men.
right. Yeah. Our households and our community is gonna always suffer if they don't understand it and join forces with us. Anytime in America, anytime in this modern day time, a person in broad daylight in 2024 can take a shot of a president twice.
Hmm.
And people are so deceived and with so much hate
I
that
wish they
you can
could
look
have
at this
killed.
and not and not feel anything for that?
Anything.
For that high ranking man? This ain't what Big Mom used to say, the end of the times. If this ain't showing something,
Hey,
I don't know what
it
it
ain't
is.
coming, it's here.
Look, bless you, Brother Crunch. Bless you, my brother. Peace and blessings to you, man. You and your household. You too, Nikki Mo.
Yes, baby. Thank you.
Love you, sweetheart.
Love you,
Hey,
sweetie.
we'll fellowship later. Holla.
Okay.
Appreciate you, big brother.
Yes, sir.
Steph, I'm out of here. Bye-bye. Love y'all.
I'm out. Shout
Bye-bye.
Town is out.
Yes, indeed, man. Once again, hey, it's been a ball. We had a great time. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Once again, man, voices for the voices. We chopped it up. Title was Kamala the Chameleon. Why Black? We definitely got into some more. And I appreciate everybody that came through. You know what I'm saying? That hit the panel. Everybody hit the chat, man. I don't want to get the name of people on TV, and I don't want to miss nobody. So you already know what it is, man. I'm now the intro. Peace and blessings. Much love to everybody. Hey, voice for the voice. It is what it is. We out.
Voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak. Voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak. Voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak. Voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak. Voices for the voiceless. Yeah. Yeah. It's the voices for the voiceless. Different points of view and different choices. We the voices for the voiceless. We speak.